educational institutions. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move interim study on HB 1657.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Belcher and a second by Representative Myler to interim study 1657. Discussion.
Yes, I'll just speak briefly. The bill certainly has an admirable intent in that it seeks to further protect students from the unreasonable predations of hazing behavior on college campuses. However, as drafted, there are some considerable issues with interpretation and language. Some of the language appears to be so broad that behavior such as cramming for a test late into the night or being subjected to participating outdoor activity in the rain, or even just simply being a pledge, being excluded from an organization, could theoretically constitute hazing behavior under this bill. We like the intent. We'd like to continue to look at this bill and to see if we can work on it, to see if we can narrow these things a bit further so it's not so broad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely agree with Representative Belcher.
Is there any further discussion? And I just advise the committee, there's going to be a number of bills today which we're not going to agree on, and so we know that. And we're just going to have motions made, no discussion, get them off our plate. We'll end up where we know we're going. No sense wasting time. So at this point in time, we have a concurring recommendation here. So let's act on Madam Clerk. Call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
My mic won't turn on, but yes.
Okay, I heard that. Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna. Not here. Okay. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 absent.
Consent, everybody?
Consent.
Thank you. For me, 19-0. Interim study, consent. Okay. I'm looking down through these early bills, see if there's another one. We're going to bounce back up on our listing here. We're going to look at HB 1206. I know it should be
These were
1206.
numerical order.
Right.
It'll take me a moment.
Yeah, we all are jumping like that.
Found it.
Representative Myler has a motion.
Representative Myler, you recognized for a motion?
I recommend ITL.
And I'll,
I have an amendment coming to.
1206?
We were gonna wait, yeah.
I thought that was 1397.
No. Oh. 1397, yes, I will have to amend, but we're gonna get together. This is, 1206 is the one I just requested the amendment. And it takes out the part that most people objected to. And it just asks for an amendment.
well, here we are.
And you said it wasn't an early bill, and that was fine.
The reason why we jump to other bills right now is the early bills, we need to have everybody present, and we have one person out testifying in another location right now, so we're not taking up any early bills till we have a full deck.
Well, that's fine, but this,
Has an amendment that's supposed to be coming.
Well, do
Take that an entire.
you want to withdraw your motion so we can move on?
Oh, sure.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Okay, are you good with the frameworks?
Yeah.
Curriculum framework?
1161.
No, 1107. That's the one we talked about this morning.
Yeah.
Pardon me? We're trying to decide which one we're going in. That's okay.
Give me the file, all out of order. Well, only because we're skipping around. If we're doing it the order of the sheet, it'll be fine, but.
Did you want to go back?
Well,
We goes back, so do you want to go back to the early?
okay, we have everybody back. We're going to jump to the early bills. We got everybody here. Okay, the next bill down, pardon me? All right, we just did,
70?
yeah, we are on 1670.
Need more time, please, because all the pages are out of order and we're skipping around. I got it. Good, more time for me to get my pages in order.
1, 2, testing 1, 2.
Hayden, do you want to test yours?
Now it's working. It's on.
Margaret? Okay, are you?
Mic check 1, 2.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. The bill which we're looking at is 1670 relative to including all special education costs under state education grants. Representative Dry, you're recognized for a motion.
I make a motion of ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Dry, ITL on 1670, a second by Representative Belcher. Representative Dry, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, just briefly, this coming Friday, the subcommittee is going to talk about two bills, one that deals with special education, one that deals with SWEPT. This bill 1670 deals with both of those. We have another bill about a committee to study this. I think there's just too many irons in the fire. All these things that are brought up in this bill will, I'm sure, get talked about when we work in the subcommittee or subsequent bills.
Further discussion?
Forming special ed funding in order to take some of the weight off of localities. But my concern in this particular bill is that it creates a seriously upside down incentive structure whereby the state provides all the funding, but the local districts provide all of the approvals. And I believe that could turn out in a very bad fiscal spiral that wouldn't ultimately help.
Further discussion from the committee, Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would encourage people to not support the ITL. We have been not making progress with special ed funding for 30 years. This may not be the perfect bill, but it needs to go forward while the other work is being done, at least at this point in the process.
Further discussion? Representative Mylan?
Yes, I'm going to oppose the ITL on the motion, on the basis that I think that should be put at least into interim study. We have dealt with special ed issues on this committee for years without really ever looking at it. And I know that we have a pending bill that's going to be coming before us that will look at the total thing. And I understand that this is part of that total thing. And my sense is I would rather put this into interim study and from a policy standpoint from this committee, indicate that this is an important issue that must be dealt with. And by putting an interim study, it sits there. And then when the other, hopefully the commission will pass, and this then can be brought back as a topic for that commission to deal with. So I would encourage you to vote no on the ITL with an alternative motion of interim study to follow that. Thank you.
On 1670, not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronil?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Miley, you recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to put forward the interim study motion. Thank you.
I'll second it. Discussion from the maker?
I think I've said my words. Thank you.
I have no discussion either. Further discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronil?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
No.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Good with consent?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right, 1634. Everybody's here? Yep. Representative Lekis, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on 1634.
Is there a second? Representative Ford seconds the motion. Motion made by Representative Lekis. Representative Lekis, would like to speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you. This is universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account. And the legislature has decided that we should fund education. And we keep hearing over and over that all students are ours and all students should get a good education. And so I would like to submit that this would be a way for all students to get a good education, such that any student for whom their zip code assigned school, public school, is not working, not to say that it's a bad school, but it's not working for them, that they would have the option of coming up with what does work for them, whether that's a neighboring public school, a charter school, a private school, homeschool, college, or some combination of all of those, that this would be the way to help ensure that all kids get a good education. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the second want to make any discussion? Not hearing any. Representative Mylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 5 voucher bills before this committee, so I'm only going to say this once. We have been, the minority here has been very patient around the voucher issue. We have not put forward a repeal. We have put forward in last year and also this year, several guideline bills. Each one of those guideline bills have been summarily defeated. We're dealing with a program here that is a very costly program that frankly takes money away from public education. It's unfortunate that this kind of a program does not have any guardrails. We've tried to work within the system to provide those guardrails, but they've been summarily dismissed. This is opening this universal program and the others that you have, with the exception of the one that's coming forward with, that moves it from 350 to 500. This program was purported by the Department of Education as a program that would help impoverished children get a voucher to go to a school of their choice. This basically changes the intent of the original program. And frankly, when it was initially advocated, we said, well, this is just the camel's nose under the tent. Well, the camel is now within the tent. It's no longer under the nose of the tent, it is in the tent. So I'm not going to speak any further on vouchers because you know where we are. We know where you are, you know where we are. My sense is let's just move to a vote and fight it on the floor.
I concur on that. And I concur that with the other EFA bills that are coming up too. Let's just get to the point, and when the person makes that motion, just say nah, and second nah, and we're just going to move right to the vote. So any further discussion? I want to limit somebody that really has an urge. Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor. It's OTP on HB 1670. 1634. I was jumping up on 1634. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tenor,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadin,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion
Yes. Representative Myler.
to ITL.
Second.
We have a motion made by Representative Myler, second by Representative Luno. Any further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any? When you're ready, Madam Clerk. This is 1634. Motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Blackus,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
No. Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison, I'm sorry, Representative Heath, Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadin,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays. 92.
Okay, we have a 10-10 on that. So the makers of the motions will do their report. We'll move on to the next bill, HB 1561. This is relative to qualifications for student eligibility in the Education Freedom Accounts program. And looking 1561. Yep. Representative McDonald, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Pardon me? Representative Petronell makes the second. Representative McDonald makes the motion. The motion is ought to pass on 1561. Madam, any further discussion from either? Not seeing that. When you're ready, Madam Clerk,
It's going too fast.
take your time. Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure all that stuff's right.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes, Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock, no. Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler?
Move to ITL.
And we have a motion made by Representative Myler, ITL, and Representative Luna second that. Representative Tanner, second that motion?
Yes.
Thank you. And when we're ready, when you're ready, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes. Oh, excuse me, no.
Are you all right?
Representative, we're just going too
small.
fast. Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronel,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Obviously, we don't want it on consent, do we? Okay, next bill which we have is 1665. This bill is relative to student eligibility for the Education Freedom Accounts Program. Another EFA bill. I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ought to pass on 1665.
We're
Give me a
moving.
moment.
Yep, we're moving too fast here.
Yep, sorry.
What is the number?
1665. It's hard to get through those with dry hands, isn't it? Yeah,
No, they're all.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1665.
And I'll second it. Any further discussion on HB 1665? Motion was made by Representative Cordelli, second by Representative Ladd for the motion of OTP. When you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Nope.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion.
Representative Myler,
Move to ITL.
is there a second?
Second.
Representative Luno seconds the motion for
And
ITL,
Myler.
made by Representative Myler.
ITL.
This one.
65. Right to vote.
Yes, go ahead.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
All that funding stuff.
No.
Representative Petronel,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Oh, yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Oh, yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Slow down.
so
Is there
Cordelli
another you think that
and
was?
Representative Luna is doing the.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me get this straight on these EFAs. The first one, 1634, was Alekis is doing the ought to pass, and who's doing?
Myler.
And Representative Myler, okay.
I'll give you a copy of the
Okay,
sheets.
you got that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got the others. Okay, 1553.
Yeah, they're gonna make a motion.
Okay, I'd like to jump to HB 1553. That is an early bill. 1553, yeah, I gotta get to it too.
See paper control time here. Paper clipping time. The one right now?
This is a bill relative to establishing a pilot program under the Department of Education to offer spelling to communicate services to students with autism and aphasia.
Have a motion.
Representative Myler, you're recognized for a motion.
I'd like to ITL this motion, please.
I'll second it. Further discussion? From the maker of the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We looked at this and obviously the parents that were here had a significant impact on their child. There's no question about that. The issue, though, I think that we dealt with the pathologist, the speech pathologist that was here, that it's just one of many programs that are out there. And that to identify one program here for this kind of a pilot, we thought was just unnecessary. So I would urge you to ITL this. Thank you.
And I'll indicate that ASHA has come out strongly against this. They're opposed to it, as well as I think there are some issues with the I'll call it the science behind it. So Representative Belcher, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to not support the ITL motion on this, and here's why. I will freely admit that within this program, by the introduction of a second party to help somebody communicate, you introduce the implicit possibility of bias. That can happen. However, all of the testimony that we heard against this bill hinged on a judgment that said that essentially, if a person cannot communicate autonomously, it's inappropriate to introduce a second person to help them to communicate. But that's not a technical matter. That is a value judgment. It's a value judgment I disagree with because I believe it's possible that there is a percentage of this population that is incapable of, with our current technology and knowledge, communicating autonomously effectively, but they may have some ability to communicate with an intermediary and with a second person involved. I think we should give those people the opportunity by giving them this pilot program to see if we can gather some data that demonstrates this might be effective. And finally, I don't think that value judgment is up to these organizations to make. I think that's up to us to make. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. We've talked about things being evidence-based, and I don't think at this point this program is evidence-based, and we've heard testimony to that. I've been behind many special education bills, so this is a difficult vote for me. But I had firsthand testimony from my daughter, who's a special ed teacher, about someone doing this program, the parents saying that their child was writing novels using this approach. But when the parents brought that child to my teacher's classroom, the child couldn't pick out letters on the letter board. But yet the parents said she was writing novels with this other teacher who was helping her use the letterboard. So I think there's too many questions in my mind. I think there's research going on. I don't know that it's dependent on us to fund a pilot project. Districts could have someone trained now and try it out on their own. So that is the reason for my vote.
Further discussion, Representative Damon?
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm going to reluctantly support the ITL because we don't have the evidence. It's not science-based enough at this point. However, I keep thinking that this might be like Lorenzo's Oil, if people remember that. It was a documentary movie, and it reported decades later on a couple of parents, I believe they were neuroscientists, whose son was profoundly epileptic. He had, 3 seizures a day. And they ultimately proved against all scientific odds that eating a 90% fat diet diminished the frequency of seizures in a certain population of epileptics. And so anyway, without going on and on, I wonder if in some years to come, this will be a standard practice. I do support the ITL because we don't have the science now.
Representative Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the fact that we don't have very many anecdotes and we don't have data makes me want to not support the ITL, because I think this is a pilot program that will have eyes on it that can bring us some data. If we don't have data, a pilot program's the way to get it.
Representative Lucas?
We keep talking about thinking outside the box, and this is thinking outside the box. And so it seems to me like it would be wrong to vote against this when this is an opportunity to try something that might work.
Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in talking to a specialist in the field that are really highly qualified, this is a program that obviously seemed to work with some of the adults that were presented here. But I was transitioning the method of this program, which is facilitated communication, with a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old. And it requires physical reinforcement. In other words, you might have to take the kid's hand and place it. And you tell me what kind of parent would say it's okay to grab your kid's wrist so they can learn the spelling board. At this point, I can't support it for those reasons, because the examples that were given were adults. They weren't kids. That's something to be careful about. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to tack in on it. My own daughter is a speech pathologist, audiologist from University of South Carolina, Charleston Medical School. She works in schools with the pre-K, 1, 2, 3. She has seen this rapid responding type program work, and it echoes what you just said, Representative Cascadden. And there's a lack of science behind it, and she sees a lack of productivity from it as well. And so for that reason, I believe that these professionals that have their Cs and they're highly trained in this area of instruction, I'm going to go along with those professionals. Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Perno.
I'm sorry, I don't really want to belabor this point. However, I do want to say, because I thought I was actually in support of this bill, that Representative Cascadden's testimony just made a very good point, that we were hearing from adults who we don't know how much education or input they had had their entire lives, and then maybe this was finally the piece of information that they needed to help them communicate. So I'll be voting ITL.
Is there any further discussion? Not seeing any hands. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is ITL. Pardon me? The motion is ITL on 1553.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
No,
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just one moment, please. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What did I do? Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay. It's like, that doesn't add up. 13 yeas, 7 nays. I started with 2 there. That was
It's just modern man.
lattice method.
Okay, the final vote was what?
13-7.
13-7.
Yeah.
The motion passes. ITL. Okay.
Is there a minority report then?
Will there be a minority report
Yes.
from whom? No, you're in the majority. You're in the majority.
I'm what? I'm a joke. Oh,
The
yeah.
motion was
I'm
IPL.
sorry.
It's a long
I didn't
drive
change my
down.
mind. It took a long time. All right, write the report for
Representative Belcher.
majority.
Okay, Belcher will write the minority report. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I know where we are here.
What?
Okay. The other early bill we have is 1570, but we are waiting for an amendment on that as well. So I think this takes care of those early bills, which we did have to do today.
Right.
So then we'll go right to the top of the docket. We'll go to 1107. Yeah, why don't you take over here?
This is House Bill 1107, and if,
Wait a minute. We had an amendment on that, didn't we?
yes,
Did we have one handed out already? Yeah, we do have an amendment. I have an amendment right here, which we had talked about, a definition. I was wondering if there was anything else. Yeah. Pardon me?
Yeah.
Okay.
House Bill 1107 is relative to school curriculum frameworks, and I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move OTP.
Second, Representative Myler.
As the maker, I'd like to also offer an amendment 0145H. I'll pass that around. Yeah, we'll go that way. As that's going around, I'll just speak very briefly to the bill. We've talked about it, pardon me?
To the amendment.
To the amendment. There was some discussion regarding the definition, which was down in the bottom part of that bill on line, 28, 29, and 30. It didn't really echo what had been said elsewhere in the bill. I think that this conversation is very accurate. This is an amendment defining the curriculum framework. Curriculum framework means an organized plan of study that serves as a guide and reference to what New Hampshire students should know and be able to do in a learning area, and identifies the academic standards for each learning area pursuant to RSA 193E to a Roman 1A. So what it does, it's takes from what we're talking about, the curriculum frameworks up earlier in the bill, what students should know and be able to do, and as identified in the substantive criteria for an adequate education that's referenced. It established the academic standards. The academic standards will be incorporated into the curriculum frameworks and specifically stated as the academic standards. So I believe that's the whole gist of the amendment.
And this is, ought to pass on the amendment, correct?
Yeah, did we even, I did not get that, did I?
Right.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to make a motion OTP-A on the amendment.
Second by Representative Myler. Any further discussion on the amendment?
No.
Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I'm just wondering why, or if it makes any difference, that in the original, it said aligned, guide for instruction that is aligned with the academic standards versus serves as a guide and reference. That's in the amendment.
Are you looking at line 4 on the amendment? Is that?
Line 20. Sorry, I'm looking at line 29 in the original bill. And then I'm looking at line 4 that says it serves as a guide and reference, rather than that the instruction shall be aligned. Aligned seems to be taken out of the amendment, and I'm just wondering if, how that makes a difference. And is that difference significant?
Well, I'll respond to that. Where the curriculum frameworks are, according to this definition, must identify the academic standards, and academic standards are approved by the State Board of Education for the specific subjects that 193E2A speaks to. I can only assume that academic standards would be built upon the subject areas. And that's just basic, and it doesn't speak to instruction, but instruction and curriculum and assessment all have to be aligned. That's just good best practice. So I would say the word aligned is a best practice, and it should be clearly understood.
Any further?
You're not going to develop curriculum frameworks. The curriculum frameworks are developed by the department and academic standards as well. So they work hand in hand.
Follow up?
Just, to me, aligned means that what's in legislation kind of predicts what's going to be in the frameworks or is the basis for the frameworks, whereas this is, it serves as a guide and reference rather than has to be aligned. So that's where I have a little hiccup on it.
Any further? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. It seems to me that using the word aligned is a stronger statement of what's trying to be achieved in Section D. And I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if you would entertain an amendment to the amendment or a new amendment that does in fact include aligned in there. I think the amendment is helpful in being more specific in some ways, but I think not having the word aligned makes it not as strong.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
So
Representative
you would say to do in a learning area and identifies the academic standards aligned for each learning area?
Aligned with each learning area, yes.
Okay. I have no problem with that. If we want to get an amendment made, I'm willing to do that.
Is the Representative Cascadden, you had your hand up first.
Thank you. The curriculum frameworks in the major disciplines that were developed were a state task force that included a variety of people on it throughout the state. And I mean, in my 45 years, that was some of the best guidance that school districts had. And from there, they could develop their programs, their curriculum, but it all filtered back to the curriculum frameworks. What I'm concerned about and would like to know whether this bill will move things forward is I spoke to a gentleman from Stratham who served on the social studies curriculum, which was a very difficult one compared to, say, science, and then they adopted the next gen science curriculum, and then they tailored it. The reading was a state task force. The math was a state task force and was updated when we added Algebra 1. But the social studies has lingered, and this gentleman who was on this statewide task force said they completed their work and delivered it to be acted on, and that was 5 years ago, and not a thing has been done since that. So I think it's important that somehow this bill does require, at least in the 4 main categories of English reading, math, social studies, science, we have those frameworks for school districts to then build their programs, because then you've got some consistency, because we're all taking the state test. But it really doesn't tell the districts what program to buy, what curriculum to use. They were broad. And it's what we wanted every single student in New Hampshire to know and be able to do, no matter where they went to school. And it's important we keep that in mind, is all children. So I'm hoping that this bill, and I do support it, obviously, because it's a very important tool to how education in the whole state should be delivered, in a sense. So, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. I just want to follow up on Representative Koskadin's comment. I don't think we should hold off on a change of a word, because I don't think the word is as relevant as the intent of the bill. It's on the table, and I think it should pass. But I do want to echo, and I just was talking to my partner here to the right, these things, some of these are 20 years old. The Department of Education hasn't done anything in 20 years. You mean to tell me the 203 health frameworks, nothing's happened in 20 years in the field of health? So I agree, this is well needed. We're talking 10, 15 years old, and they're doing nothing over there. I just think it needs to be clear in terms of the curriculum development. We're basing everything on curriculum, instruction, and assessment, and we use information 20 years old. That's all. But I do agree, and I appreciate Representative Ladd moving this forward. Thank you.
Representative Ladd.
Yeah, I concur. The frameworks certainly serve as a guide and a reference for instructors in the field. And for when you are identifying the curriculum to teach these academic standards, that's a local responsibility. But the academic standards are the guide for all this. I also feel that we're operating on curriculum frameworks that are ancient history. 2003, we're talking about health. 2006, we're talking social studies. The recent ones which have been identified are the mathematics and the science, next generation science. Those are current and appropriate. However, the other areas were lagging. I kind of disagree a little bit with what Representative Cascadin said, that those 4 or 5 main subjects, they're all main subjects to me. Physical education, health, that they all need a curriculum framework. They need to have academic standards clearly stated within, giving direction to our people in the field. So I have no problem with putting aligned in here. I don't think it's, the key is that we are identifying academic standards will be identified in the frameworks. I think that's the biggest key to the whole thing.
Would
Representative Myler.
Yeah, with this, I'm looking at line 4 on the amendment. If it were to read as guide and reference be aligned with what students should know, you would add be aligned with. Does that? That's the other? Yeah, okay. I'll stay out.
It's not
Representative Tanner.
So I think aligned is a active verb, so you have to do something rather than just identify, look at it and say, oh yeah, identify it or define it. And I think what it says to me is that in the original bill, okay, and I understand the, what students need to know and able to do in the learning area, that's fine. But it says that it is aligned with academic standards for each learning area pursuant to RSA 193, whatever. aligned means that it's got to be set up. When people look at it, they've got to make a judgment, or not a judgment, but an active activity that actually puts the frameworks with the standards. Identifying it just means, well, okay, so this is the standard, and we're identifying something in the frameworks. I just think to me, it's an important difference in that sentence, and that's why I'm making a big deal about it.
Thank you, Representative Heath.
Thank you for taking my question. It's kind of more of a comment and a question. Many years ago, working at the department, we spent hours doing curriculum work. We had curriculum specialists at the Department of Ed that brought together and led these conversations across our state, involved teachers, administrators. It's my understanding that right now at the department, there are no curriculum people. We don't have a math curriculum person. We don't have science. The last one, I believe, was Marsha McCaffrey, who was the arts, and she was not replaced when she left. So my question is, if we're going to put this in place, who's expected to do this work?
Representative Ladd?
That's a very good question. We are curriculum shallow at the Department of Education. Absolutely. I'm a little discouraged on that. In the school district I worked in Alaska, the curriculum department took care of this whole floor. And we had specialists in all area, right down to media services, gifted and talented, the whole 9 yards. And I think that the department's struggling with the allocation of dollars which we have and to support curriculum, and they just don't have that available. They need to make those decisions. I have asked numerous times to folks that testify, what are your priorities for the budget policy-wise? I've never, ever gotten a response, never, from departments. This goes back over multiple commissioners as well. So I can remember having that frank discussion with Commissioner Barry and with Paul Leather, who was one who was very engaged in mathematics. So I have no problem in amending this, but where I think if you're going to do it, it has to be at the academic standards aligned with each learning area pursuant to. That's where I put it rather than the front side, because the front side, the curriculum frameworks, which serve as a reference and guide, incorporating those standards which are aligned with the subject areas in statute. So I think that we got to be very careful where we put this. I wouldn't put it in the front side. I'd put it right in line 5, right after academic standards aligned with each learning area pursuant to.
So, Representative Ladd, is it your intention to submit an amendment based on this discussion?
Absolutely. We could, stop this bill right where it is. I could hand this to Jen and she can call it in.
Okay, if there's no objection, Representative Damon?
I have a different comment than the topic about alignment, so I don't know if I should go forward with that at this moment or not.
Why don't we hand?
Pertains to amendment.
Right. Why don't we hold off and we'll do all the amendments at the same time then, when we get this one back?
Okay.
Or
No,
what was your comment?
Thank you. So I'm appreciating the value of the curriculum frameworks, and I'm also concerned that putting this bill forward when there seems to be consensus that the existing curriculum frameworks in most topic areas are very dated. Should there perhaps be included in this bill a requirement for them to be updated on some particular frequency every 5 or 10 or whatever years? Because otherwise we're saying align with health standards from 2003. I mean, that doesn't seem like what we want.
Representative Ladd?
I think we have several issues which we have to address. And we can say we want to have emergency management plans in at a certain date. They don't come. So what 20% came. And then after Perry Plummer got on them, we got 50 something in, and then we got 80% after we threatened they wouldn't get any money. The same thing occurs in the curriculum areas, though. There's going to have to be a concerted look by the State Board of Education, which they're the ones that approve these academic standards. Do we have the staff necessary to make this work? And what kind of budget are we going to present to the legislature to request the dollars to do this? Yes, go ahead. So I think, but it's time for, this is core to what we're doing in schools. This is centric to it. And I feel that this is one of the reasons why we see some scattered achievement scores throughout the state, because I don't think many people are really provided, here's what we have to teach. They're not looking back at 2003. They're not looking at 2006 or even 2008 frameworks, which they were all done at those various times, except the recent ones. So they're looking for guidance. And if we want kids coming out knowing this stuff out of school, then we have to be on top of this. I think it's got to be a responsibility of the state board and the department requesting through their budget each year, and then we'll go to Representative, Heath's committee on finance, support it. We've had that discussion before when we wanted counselors in the school to help us with the CTE programs. And I don't know if that's hitting it either anymore, because we're still at the same 17% of our students participating in CTEs. We need at least double that. So I think I understand what you're saying, Representative Damon, but I think that the state board has to recognize this is an issue, and along with the administration at the Department of Education, and move on it. I don't think more legislation is going to make it work.
Representative Woodcock?
I'd like to comment on follow on both of these. I agree with Representative Ladd that it has to be done, and it should be done quickly. I don't agree, however, that the budget is the answer to this. This has not been a priority of DOE. They got a gazillion priorities, but curriculum, instruction, and assessment aren't the three. And they're the fundamental piece of education. And that's the part. We can say, oh, they don't have the budget. They have the budget. They prioritize that. This is not a priority of the Department of Education. That's the unfortunate part. And you're exactly right, Representative Ladd. 2003 doesn't make it.
The issue is that what subjects do we assess? Reading, writing, arithmetic, science every so many years. So we have next generation science. We have language arts reading standards, current. We have math, current. Social studies isn't tested, right? So it's in the back seat. So we went the route of trying to have a commission look at how we're going to teach civics. We put it in law. You will have a half-year course in middle school, a half-year course in the high school, and you will embed this in grades K through 7 or 6. Embed civics. What are we doing about the curriculum? Now we have a commission looking at it, and we're going to get a textbook.
I agree with you.
Well, that's not going to hack it either, because it's not going to identify the academic standards for K through 12.
Representative Lakis?
I'm very confused. We keep saying that curriculum is local control, and yet now we're having this conversation about how the DOE isn't doing curriculum. Well, frameworks, I know that's what this bill is about, but you guys were talking about curriculum, and so that's why I'm confused. I thought that was a local.
Can I respond to that quickly? There's
Okay,
a
Representative
difference
Ladd.
between what you're talking about. The curriculum is a responsibility of the local. They want to use Houghton Mifflin, Silver Burdette, or some other kind of box program that they can do that, or write their own program. The subjects which we're talking about are those criteria in adequacy, and those have academic standards. That's what we're addressing. the academic standards. Once we establish that, then we provide these curriculum frameworks, which are model guidance and reference type frameworks for the schools to maybe echo, use, or say, well, we're going to take this and incorporate it in. But see, when you read the curriculum frameworks that I've looked at, I kind of wander through trying to find out where are the academic standards. They're sort of immersed within, and you have to really kind of filter that out. They're not clearly stated. The academic standards for teaching the American Revolution are here. And they're stated within social studies or whatever thing you're doing in civics and how to communicate and live together. So there's a difference between curriculum and instruction. That's all local, totally local. This is the way the state helps provide assistance to the districts and in showing them here are the academic standards, which you integrate into which guide your curriculum purchases.
Representative Leno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And with all due respect to what Representative Ladd was just saying as far as curriculum being 100% local, no, I mean, we've seen the Department of Education get knee deep involved in curriculum, and PragerU as curriculum for personal financial literacy, I think is a prime example of that. Now, if we had a curriculum framework for personal financial literacy, that in most schools would be a one semester class requiring a student to be how many hours is a one semester class? 30 hours maybe of in-class time, as opposed to 15 4.5-minute videos, which is what PragerU. I think a curriculum framework would probably lay out something for personal financial literacy that PragerU doesn't even come close to covering. And I think this goes to Representative Woodcock's point, is that the commissioner has zero interest in developing curricular frameworks because it prevents their ability.
I do not want to have
their ability to develop curriculum.
Talk about the department, talk about administration, but I don't want to hear specific individuals because there is an issue. We do not have curriculum staff over there.
I totally agree with you on that, Representative Ladd.
Representative
Cascade.
Thank you. I consider myself to have a lot of patience sometimes. The thing that is disheartening is that every single person in your seats wants students educated, no matter how. And the problem that we have entailed is a strong division, right? Some are fighting for one kind, some are fighting for another kind. And New Hampshire has a reputation nationally to be a high standards, rigorous education system. I've had multiple students transfer in from other states, and they are nowhere near prepared to New Hampshire students. And we have also had a numerous number of graduates from our high schools, from some of our homeschool programs, from our religious schools that are doctors, lawyers, are very successful. And when we go to a test score, that's only one day, one moment in time, and they aren't as great as we want them to be. But if you know human behavior, there's a bell-shaped curve. You'll always have high achievers, low achievers, middle achievers. But I believe that the problem that we're not doing well in test scores overall or over time, because you don't take 1 year's data as the tell-all, you got to watch for a pattern, is that the division in this state is to fight for one kind of education versus another. And until we all promote every child in this state, then we're going to continue to have those divides. And that's the problem.
So we have an amendment being drafted currently, and hopefully we can get that before too long. Beg your pardon?
Do this all again.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Right. So let's turn this back over to Chairman Ladd.
Let's take a break. Everybody stand up. walk down the hallway and visit the WC, and we'll come back and start this thing up a little bit here.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try to map a road where we're going to go here, because we have people in and out.
Yeah.
we have, we're going to jump from the bill that we are on. We'll leave that where it was until we get the amending language coming back. I want to just remind everybody here that if we, and I just spoke to an individual walking down the hallway, that there is no such thing as the perfect bill. So what we need to recognize, if there's a word, just one or two words that we want to see changed, we have the Senate we can work with to get that stuff done. We can sit here all day talking about one word. And we're going to be sitting here during break time at the end of the month when everybody else is out skiing. And
Speak for yourself.
yeah, so let's,
This is the one she was gonna put the amendment in on. So maybe.
who's she? Oh, jeez.
So
Is the
you-
amendment out?
So which one are we
No.
thinking of?
Is that amendment back from your 1206 yet?
No, they said they got it and sent it to draft.
Well, we'd like to take that because there's one where we have some agreement on, but 1058 is where we go. Okay, we're going to be discussing HB 1058. Ten 58 is bill relative to the school employee and designated school volunteer criminal history records checks. I recognize Representative Myler for a motion.
I moved to ITL.
Is there a second? Is there a second on 1058? Representative Woodcock. So we have a motion made by Representative Myler and second for ITL. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
And second by Representative Woodcock. Further discussion, Representative Myler?
I have nothing to say.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Anybody else have anything to say? Madam Clerk?
Motion is ITL. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes,
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 not voting.
So it's 19-0. Yeah.
19-0, yeah.
Righty.
Consent?
It'd be on consent, obviously. Yeah, yep, thank you.
Mr. Woodcock.
Here you go. Go down in history. Okay, I'm looking at, 1161. See what we're doing. Yeah, I don't know if I've got it back yet. Jen's not here. I know they've got it done. It's already filed. Yes, yes. So all you have to do is take the analysis or something out of the report and do it.
We could just start going down some others, 1066. They're not, we don't have agreement.
Okay, we have a number of bills which we have amendments and they're done. I don't have them in front of me, so we'll try to run those down over the break here. Let's see. Oh. No, wait a minute, I do. Let's do 1161. 1161 being relative to the use of public school infrastructure fund for energy efficient school buses. I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is House Bill 1161 relative to the use of public school infrastructure fund for energy efficient school buses. And I call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion of OTP.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Representative Petronell. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'd like to offer amendment 0174H. Was that sent around to everybody? 0174H. The other day? Okay, what this amendment does, in this section, this is a public school infrastructure fund, and it lists the items which these monies can be used for. And the bill as it came struck out energy efficient, or excuse me, struck out the whole line. Then I was advised at the commission meeting by a certain person at this table that buses are infrastructure and they are related to public safety and surveillance and access control and responding to by way of cameras and equipment that might be placed on these buses. And then the conversation went a little further and said, okay, but this is for energy efficient school buses. The question then, maybe this should be written so it's school buses or other vehicles used for transportation of students, so that we can put this security stuff on any kind of bus that where it's necessary. So this amendment strikes out the word energy efficient and says school buses or other vehicles used for transportation of students. I was contacted by the Sierra Mountain Club. Want to know, why are you taking away something that's energy efficient? And that's not the intent of what we're trying to do here. The intent is to try to support safety. And this whole area of public school infrastructure, we've been working with that since 2018. There's a task force report back in 2018. It was done by the governor and a task force which was chaired by Perry Plummer, Director Plummer of Homeland Security, and it wrote out 48 plus recommendations of what we need to do to make our schools more secure and safe and healthy environment for the kids. And we've been working towards that end. And the monies which we've been allocated by the appropriation from the state here have been used towards that very purpose. Initially, we had E-rate, and we kind of meshed that in a little bit with the communications and the federal grant programs. But we have really gravitated towards making sure that every school has had the opportunity to apply, and they all have. They all have, and they've all received grants. The grants are up to $100,000 per project. And we have allocated to date a little over $50 million over these years for school security. Actually, we were informed by Perry Plummer when he was the Homeland that we are spending more per pupil in this state for security than other states, which we're to be commended on. But we're not there yet, folks. And there's a lot that we have to do. And this past year, we allocated another $10 million. That money has already been, we've received the applications. We're processing those applications right now. So we're trying to keep this fund for the purpose and the intent of what we're using it for right now. And that's the safety, security, access, control, making sure Arctic entry areas, our entry areas to buildings are there, key codes, all that, safety glass. And we're making good strides, but we don't want to change course. We want to stay on course and make sure we get all these schools where they need to be. I can't discuss a whole lot of it because we're doing that in closed session. So I think this is another, and I really, myself, I miss these school buses. That is infrastructure. In many states, infrastructure is school buses. And so we need to make sure that they are safe and secure. So that's the purpose of this bill. And that's the purpose of the amendment.
Right, and that was not to pass on the amendment, correct?
Yeah, I know. Was there a second?
Was there a second? Yes, Representative Petronell, wasn't it? Yes. Oh, any comment
That was
on the amendment?
That was OTP, period.
Motion on the amendment.
Yeah. So, I got to the discussion again without
Right, that's
having
right. Yeah, we
a
got it.
motion. So I'll make that motion. And who made the second?
Representative
second.
Petronell.
Okay, good. Okay.
Again.
Any comment, Representative Petronell, on the amendment?
Chairman Ladd did a fabulous job. I have nothing to add.
I talked too long, I know it.
So it's,
Okay, any further comments from the committee on the amendment 0174?
The amendment alone, right?
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you, Chairman Cordelli. I just want to reiterate what Chairman Ladd said, to the extent that this does not eliminate electric school buses, energy efficient school buses. We know from the speaker before, there's only 7 in the state right now, but I do think we also need to keep our eye on the energy efficiency. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything further from the committee? Seeing nothing. Madam Clerk, we could vote on the amendment.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald,
yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yeah.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, no nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you. Chairman Ladd, do you have a further motion?
Yeah, let's vote on the bill. I recommend
OTPA?
There'll be a OTPA.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative
Second.
Peternell, thank you. Any further comment on OTPA? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
19 yeas, no nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Consent? Great.
What about 1166?
1161, we have the amendment for that. It should be 1166.
1166, we have the amendment for
Yeah.
Okay, we have an amendment on 1166. Take that out. Yeah. Representative McDonald, was that handed out to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Grab it. Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay, this is House Bill 1166, adding an exception from required civics competency assessments. And a call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Thank you very much. I propose OTP on 1166.
Second.
Second by Representative McDonald.
Just 1 second.
Any comment, Mr. Chairman?
We need to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, right.
166. All right, and that was OTP,
Yes.
Ladd and McDonald.
Yes.
You're going to make the, no, she's going to make the amendment.
Right, that's right. Yes, Representative McDonald, do you have a motion on the amendment?
Yes, I would like to move forward Amendment 2024-033H.
I'll second it.
Okay. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion on the amendment?
Yes, to speak briefly, the amendment just removes the Civil Air Patrol from the original bill. We recognize the importance of that program. However, that is not a program available within the school setting with school funding. And the intent of the bill is to offer students partaking in civically active school programs such as the Junior Reserves Officer Training Corps or JROTC. And that's the only change this amendment makes.
Thank you. Anything?
No, I'm
Chairman
not
Ladd?
going to add it. I think we discussed it. The difference between this program and other programs is these are programs which are adopted by the local board of the school board. There's a criteria, a curriculum established. It's different than any other area, and it's not extracurricular, it's curricular.
Thank you. Anything from the committee? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, when you're ready. This is on the amendment 0335H.
Okay. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Should I call her?
Yeah, she's
she's
here.
in the room.
She's
Representative Cortiello, Representative Cortiello. Okay. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you. Is there a further motion?
Yes,
Chairman
I
Ladd?
propose OTPA for 1166.
Second.
Thank you. Any further comment?
No.
I have.
Representative McDonald? Okay. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the issue here for me is not negative against the program. That's a question here. That's not. We have, when this originally came forward, of having this high-stake test given to kids before they have to graduate, we oppose that. And that's the basis of this opposition to this, is that if you do it for one group, why not another group? But notwithstanding the academic program of ROTC, et cetera. I support that. But we passed this originally for all kids, regardless of the program that they're in. And this changes that supposition of the basis of that original program. And that's why I will oppose this motion.
Chairman Ladd?
Yeah. When we put this test assessment, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services assessment in place, initially we had other local assessments which could be done as well. And it's been changed to where we are right now. And as I said yesterday, I am not supportive of one test. And I think Representative Cascadden, you mentioned this earlier today. One test is a shot in time, and it's not necessarily a reflection or a demonstration of student learning. And I believe that this program right here, where it is, local board approved, it's an elective course. It's got the civics criteria that's necessary that we have incorporated into our civics education. But most importantly to me, we measure this not necessarily through a test. And these tests, I don't think this United States Citizen Immigration Services assessment is a measure of our social studies or our civics or government to begin with. And it doesn't pass the criteria for being such a test if we're going to have the same questions over and over, the 120 questions, which I could go out and memorize as well. So it's not a test which is aligned with civics. I believe in working with this civics commission, right, that this is more aligned with what we're asking our young people to come out of school possessing and knowing how to work with each other, how to understand the principles of this country, and how to just function as United States citizens should. and they are learning to volunteer, they're working in communities, and they are, if you've ever been in school and looked at one of these junior ROTC programs, it is definitely doing exactly what I like to see every student come out with. And remember, most kids in this program are not going on in the military, but they're acquiring this information. So again, they got the competencies. So why not move forward with this? I think this is a great opening the door, saying there's more to assessment of a youngster than one test in time. And we heard this from teachers who spoke in front of this committee over and over and over. So I'll conclude my discussion on that.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. I want to make two comments. First off, the reason I supported the amendment was anything that would get a student exempt from this fictitious test I was supporting. I think the test has no value, the citizenship test. And I just heard Representative Milo, who brought a different philosophy to it and opens my mind a little bit more. And I just heard the chair say he agrees as well that this test is not valid. It's just that I'm ashamed we have the damn test there altogether. I'll be not supporting the motion. Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Ditto the last couple of speakers, plus the fact that we've, in the legislation, specified that it's the 2020 immigration test. So by specifying a certain date, it gets more out of date every year that we provide from this, our underlying RSA.
Yeah. Representative Leno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at 18911 in our law books here, and so it starts on page 466, and there's a lot to it, and I think Representative Ladd spoke to this. A lot to the instruction of civics in New Hampshire, and it's well laid out. Talks about a half-year course. Talks about instruction in a number of different areas, and that's all part of Roman 1, which is the bulk of 8911. And then there's Roman 2, which this amendment and this bill are directed to, which is specifically establishes the immigration and naturalization test as being a graduation requirement. And very similar. I mean, we're gonna be talking about whether or not the FAFSA should be a graduation requirement. But at least we have data that points to the fact that when students complete the FAFSA, they have a better understanding of personal financial literacy and actually a better understanding as to whether or not they can afford to go to college. I agree with Representative Ladd. I think what's laid out in Roman 2. In the statute now, and certainly the subject of this bill, has absolutely no bearing on what a student learns from their civics instruction, and I agree with what Representative Woodcock said that it could be taken out. So, given the fact that we're now in a situation where we're looking to exempt students from the test, why wouldn't we just get rid of the test and rely back on the really the core content that's laid out in 18911 as far as a strong civics education? And would this committee be interested in taking a look at an amendment that repeals Roman 2? So that's a question that I'm putting out there.
Personally, I would not.
But you're okay exempting?
Yes.
Different groups.
Representative Damon.
Thank you. I fully support an amendment to remove the examination requirement. I've had multiple conversations in my district about the barriers to doing that. And I would parenthetically add, if we're not going to do that, all of us sitting in this room should have to pass that test.
Any further comments? We have a
I have one last
yes,
comment.
Representative Ladd.
The civics curriculum that we speak to, the civics requirement to teach a half year in the middle school and a half year in high school, and then have it taught embedded in the elementary grades. That's that area of the academic standards. Now, this citizenship test is not an assessment of that K through 12 framework. and we're trying to put the frameworks back together and get in that direction. This assessment is a different assessment. I don't see this as an assessment of how the kids are learning in terms of civics and government and history. It's not. It's absolutely not. All this is an exemption from this test, which these students, which are in the ROTC program, possess what we want them to know and be able to do. You don't know by taking this test, by taking the assessment up top, that the kids are going to do this, but you know that the kids are doing in ROTC do it. That's the difference. And so if you truly want to know if these students are functional as citizens of our country, I would look to these youngsters, students that are in this JROTC program, as that's one way of doing it. Everybody has the option of taking this elective course if they so want to. I would take it because I think there's a lot to be learned in leadership and et cetera within and being a citizen in our country. So I don't want to construe that the assessment up top is a measure of our social studies program. It is not. It has not been aligned with the academic standards at all. And this right here, so, you know, I think that students that take the opportunity to do this, this is an incentive for them to get into this JROTC program if it's available in their high school. I think it's a wonderful, position to be in. So I just want to make that clarifying definition that there's a difference between this immigration test and thinking we're assessing curriculum. We're not.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. I would support repeal of this bill because when it first came out, it was another legislative unfunded mandate, as there are many. And I think you need to trust the system that they are teaching civics in school. And this test does not really measure, as somebody said, the curriculum in the building. So I would support repealing this bill.
There is a motion of OTPA on the floor already.
I won't.
Any further comments on OTPA? Representative Myler.
And just a final comment. It would seem to me that the passage of this would be an ideal recruitment incentive for ROTC. Right?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Not just that, but for a person who wants to acquire these citizenship skills, this is a good place to learn them.
Any further? Representative Lunel.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I'm connecting the dots here, that the immigration naturalization test is not a civics, not an assessment of a student's civics or government understanding, and it's not connected to any frameworks, any curriculum frameworks that are laid out in statute, and that where its purpose through this amendment would be to provide an incentive for students to join junior ROTC, then is it reasonable then to conclude that this test under Roman II, the immigration naturalization test, is just a hurdle, or it's an obstacle? It's an obstacle to graduation. It's to be avoided at any cost. If I can join another student group that may become on this list of exempted groups, then I'm encouraged to join that student group so that I don't have to take this test. It really begs the question, what's the purpose of the test? And if there's no purpose of the test, if it is not connected to the substantive content that we lay out in 18911 for an adequate civics education, and it's not tied with any of the frameworks, and it doesn't seem to have any purpose at all. And it would seem to me that it would make a lot of sense to, rather than overburdening our public schools with useless graduation requirements. I know we're going to be talking about FAFSA later, and I think FAFSA is a strong graduation requirement for personal literacy, but this one appears to be a useless graduation requirement that we should seriously consider removing all of Roman 2 from the statute.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you. I take objection to the claims that this test is useless. When you mention the RSA of the civics requirements in schools, you speak as if this has been in statute for ages, when this committee passed the civics legislation last year. So in the sense, we have not had a time to see the impacts on it and to study if the impact of requiring the half credit course has been impactful. So for some students, this may be the only exposure they have to the civics course. We have had testimony prior that stated that although it's a high stakes test, that there has not been students that we know of have been barred from graduation for not completing or not passing this test. So I still think there is some value to the test in itself. I wouldn't say it's useless whatsoever.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further comments, let's move on. This is on this is on OTPA, correct? Yeah. Let's stick to OTPA. Yeah. Representative Hall?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that my first read of this bill, it immediately said to me, these kids, they're in a great program. I don't question that at all, but these kids probably wouldn't be able to pass the test. That's what it looks like to me. Like, why we're exempting them because they can't sit for however long it takes to take an hour. I don't know how long it takes to take the test, but it really suggests that we want to exempt them so they don't have to take the test. And if they don't have to take the test, it's because it's going to impact their graduation. I don't know. It just reads like it reads like we got to get them out of that test, and this is one way to get it. And like I say, the program's fantastic, but
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, we can take a roll call vote on OTPA. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
no,
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
no,
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
8 yeas, 12 nays.
Make a motion.
Is there a further motion?
I guess I'll move.
Representative Myler, you have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to ITL.
Second?
I'll second it.
Representative Tanner seconds. Any discussion? Representative Myler?
No, thank you.
Representative Tanner?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Any discussion from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Motion is ITL. Representative Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
I agree.
Representative Dry, no. Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
yes,
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, we're gonna take it's lunchtime, so we're gonna break for lunch.
I just got the amendment.
Oh, she got
Which is this?
12:06.
Oh, we've got a bunch of amendments, so.
Yeah, we'll break for lunch right now. And we'll come back at 12:45.
Okay.
45-minute lunch. Okay, which ones have we done today?
Okay. Start from the top.
Yeah, yeah,
1107,
Yeah, okay.
1657,
15, 16, right here, yeah,
Yeah.
1670,
yep, mhm,
1634,
yeah,
1561,
yeah. 1561, yeah, yeah,
and 1665, right
yeah,
below it.
yeah, mhm.
1058,
And 58, yeah,
1553,
1553.
1639. Oh, we skipped those.
Those we've done, yeah, yeah,
1166,
yeah,
1161.
okay, good. So we did,
Verify that on my pink sheet.
so we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 this one, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Now, two of us are going to be out at 1:30,
Yeah, I know it.
and one of them's my bill, so we'll have to take that up maybe after I get back.
Yeah, yeah, so we gotta look at what bills we wanna take up right after lunch.
Yeah.
Nice view.
What?
Hey, Mom.
Okay.
What?
Oh, you had nice view from there?
Pardon me? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, see that, yeah.
I thought when we had a copy
even though we don't have all the folks back in here yet. We're dealing with 1107. This is relative to public school curriculum frameworks. And I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli. And I'd like to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a continuation of HB 1107 that we started this morning, and we're awaiting another amendment, and we have that now. So I recognize Representative Ladd, because we had a pending motion on the old amendment.
Yes, it is. 0145. Okay, I would like to pull the amendment that I had previously put the motion for OTP on. That's 0145H. The old amendment? It hasn't been passed around yet. And, okay, there we are. So having the floor now, I would like to introduce another amendment for, this is the Curriculum Frameworks Bill. And this amendment is 0344H. I recommend OTP on that.
Is there a second? Okay. Oh, you mean you need to look at it? Okay. That's allowed. Would you like to talk about the amendment?
Yeah,
Is there a second?
no, there's not a second. So all I'm going to say is says the language we had talked about, the academic standards aligned with each learning area. Aligned with is the change.
I'll second.
Representative Damon had seconded.
Yes.
Okay, recognize me.
Yes. Chairman
Okay,
Ladd.
so we had a discussion on this amendment. It's been, the motion was made by myself.
Right, and Representative Damon had seconded it. I don't know if you heard before.
No,
I
it
don't know
was
if you want-
seconded over here by Representative Myler.
Myler.
Okay, so.
This is a new amendment.
Okay.
This is 0344H. And just to speak to the amendment, it defines curriculum framework, and it just makes that couple word change that we had recommended or talked about on the previous amendment, that the learning area and identifies the academic standards aligned with learning areas pursuant to the RSA. So,
Okay. Further comment by anyone on the committee? Representative Tanner.
Yes, I think this amendment makes this bill much stronger. Thank you.
Further comment? No. Seeing none, I believe we have the motion of OTP on 0344H and a second. So, Madam
we're
Clerk,
on the amendment,
on the amendment, right? This is
OTPA. Or this is.
Just adopting it.
on the
This is
amendment.
a OTP on the amendment.
Right.
Good to go?
You're running.
Okay, Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes,
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
yes,
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
yep, Representative Cortiello, yes, Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath, Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Would there be a further motion,
Yes, there's
Representative
a
Ladd?
motion of OTPA on 1107.
Second.
Second by President Myler. Further discussion by anyone on the committee?
Nope.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
She's fine.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes,
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes, Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yeah.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent?
Good with consent? Good, we're good. So got one done.
Yay.
Yeah. Alrighty, where are we going next here? That's done. Okay,
We have two, we have to leave at 1:15, 1:30 sometimes, so.
yeah, yeah. Well, just
So that's consent then, right?
Yes, that was on,
Yeah.
that was
I'll tell you
on
what-
consent,
okay.
yes. We just work our way down it now. Do we have the one from Alicia? Yeah, we have the amendment.
Yes.
Okay, which bill is
That
that?
was 1206.
Okay, we're gonna take up Bill 1206 next. Right. Okay, who was making the motion?
Dan, yes.
Representative Milo, do you care to make a motion?
Right.
Right.
1206, my motion is. My motion is to ITL.
Okay, we have a motion made to ITL 1206. Is there a second? Representative Cornell? Thank you. Is there any discussion on the bill?
I have discussion on
Yeah.
the bill.
Yes.
The objection that people keep objecting to is part Roman numeral 5, which is lines 25 and 26, the code of conduct part of it, and I did an amendment that completely takes that out. But of course, if we ITL, then I can't introduce the amendment.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Cornell?
I would just like to be on the record to say that it's not just section 5 that I object to, but most of the bill.
Representative Cordial?
And I would just go on the record of saying I'm going to vote against ITL because I see this as a very big problem from my years of teaching. I remember a former student of mine, meeting her later. She was running for a political office, and I was helping her with her campaign, and she was extremely surprised because she thought I was of the other party, and because of the fact that, just based on the fact that I was an English teacher in a college. So I'm not going to say which party or anything. You can kind of guess for yourself. But what I said to her was, I didn't think it was appropriate to have any of my political views obvious in class, and I always strove to avoid doing that. And I see this as a bill that just would make that something that should be done by all teachers. So I just wanted to explain why I was voting against ITL.
Further discussion? Just want to express my concern in the words theory and ideology. A very one man's theory is not another, and based upon what? I think that this has not clarified some of the terminology used in there, which makes it sort of ambiguous to me, and I think it's going to cause problems within teaching in schools. So for that reason, the code is out. That's good, but it's needs a lot of work. Further discussion? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I think that not only is it a vaguely worded bill, but we haven't had any problem demonstrated here. And so what it really does is it puts it out there is that the default is that teachers are indoctrinating, and that's so grossly wrong that it's hard to imagine, and it becomes an insulting bill for teachers. So I agree with Representative Cornell. I object to everything in it. Thank you.
Further discussion? Are you ready to call the roll, Madam Clerk? The bill is HB 1206, relative prohibiting educator indoctrination. And the motion on the table is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
No?
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
17 yeas, 3 nays.
Any objections to consent?
Yes.
You'll be writing minority report?
So the minority report would be OTP.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to now go to HB 1165. $11.65. This is a bill, I get to the bill. It deals with school building aid and the procedures for that. I'd like to pass the gavel over to you.
Okay. This is House Bill 1165, relative to procedures for school facilities under the Department of Education. I call on Representative Ladd for a motion.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forth the motion OTP.
Second. Representative Ford, seconds. Discussion, Representative Ladd?
Yes, and I'd like to put forth amendment, which is coming around, we just got it back, 0322H,
That's ought to pass on that.
as ought to pass.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay,
Who's second?
Representative Ford had his hand up.
we've got to practice passing paperwork. Yes.
Two more, please.
I think there's probably extras going that way then.
Thank you.
Do you want me to speak to it now?
Yes. Yes, Representative Ladd?
Okay, so I will speak to 0322H and explain what we've done here. You can see it, the highlighted areas where we're talking about an owner's project manager. This is, you remember, this is the language that came from the Department of Education. And so the person is acting like a clerk of the works, has to be the owner's person, not the contractor's person, which is very, very dangerous when it comes to change orders, which are expensive. Then we go down to the public school infrastructure area, And where we put in there, the general court recognizes that there is a need to provide funding for infrastructure projects for public preschools, elementary and secondary schools. They didn't do this right. No, it's not what we sent over. It said, public elementary and public secondary schools. For, well, maybe that's the way, projects for public preschools, okay, the commas are there, okay. Thank goodness for that. And then going on to the back page there on Roman 3, the may authorize the department to fund expenditures for the following purposes. The Public School Infrastructure Commission may, yeah, okay. And then underneath that, they're changing the date. And they struck out, remember in Roman 4, where we had struck out in the first time, the first meeting of the commission shall be called by the first named House member. That's back in. The first meeting of the commission shall be held within 45 days of effective date of this section. That's back in. The commission shall meet at least monthly. That's out because the commission does not meet monthly and cannot meet monthly. Then I believe there's on the bottom on line 18, a recommendation that came, I think that came from Representative Damon. The Department of Education shall notify every public school in New Hampshire how to access the United States Environmental Protection Agency Tools for Schools program and shall encourage public schools to implement the program to help provide and maintain good indoor air quality in public school buildings. So those are changed. I think those changes come directly from what we had discussed previously.
Yes, who made the second? I just wanted to see if it
I'm
was.
sorry.
Representative, I think Ford.
Ford, Representative Ford, did you have anything to add as the seconder of the motion?
No.
Okay. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Sure. Representative Ladd, on 22 and 28, Rick, the reference to 2016, 2017 on the front page.
Yeah,
Is that accurate?
that's when it started.
Okay.
That stuff's probably passe, probably could get knocked out, but it's what we had in the bill initially when we put the infrastructure group together.
So, may I follow up, Representative Cordelli? So,
Yes.
I agree with you, Rick, but if this passes like that, is that gonna then cease, terminate the bill when it gets there? They're gonna say that budget's gone by? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's current statute, I believe, so
That's the
it hasn't been.
Current statute,
It
never,
hasn't been a problem
this
since
last year.
2017.
We appropriated 10 million this year, before that,
Okay,
and we had
so
gopher money, and so.
No, it's almost like the
It's not
curriculum
gonna
framework
impact
hasn't
it.
moved. Thank you.
Further comments, questions? Seeing none. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yeah. I'm on in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Representative Blackus?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yeah.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler? Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yeah.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
That was 20-0?
Well, that's the, on the amendment.
Yeah, on the amendment. Is that, I just wanted to get the correct count.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, for the bill, 1165 OTP, A.
Second by Representative Damon. Further discussion on OTPA? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, when you're ready. Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Representative Ford. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
I have Representative Damon down.
Okay,
First.
That's right.
so, we're all ready for the roll call when you are, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent, okay?
Okay, we're rushing because we have somebody got to get out of here in a few minutes for testifying elsewhere. Next bill we're going to do is 1570. It is an early bill. And there is an amendment for it.
Water control.
Okay, this is House Bill 1570, relative to the administration of school building and aid funds by the Department of Education and making an appropriation therefore. And coming around is Amendment 0336H.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah. Call on Chairman Ladd for a motion.
I'd like to recommend OTP on 1570.
Second?
Second.
Second by Representative Myler. Comment?
Yes, I'd like to recommend for 1570, Amendment 0336H as an amendment to the bill.
Second to the amendment? Representative Myler.
Okay, I'd like to explain this because it's coming at everybody pretty quickly. As you may recall, the bill 1570, it's an early bill, but if you can remember that this bill put in $70 million into from the Education Trust Fund into a school building aid fund within that fund. And there was also stipulations of how future monies would be put in, a certain percentage of the surplus, 80%, which is a huge amount. And there was a percentage set aside for administration. And when I looked at it really carefully, there were a lot of areas that was just not, it's a good idea, but it's not ready. But at the latter part of this bill, there is a portion of the bill which we have talked about for years, and that is doing a survey of the schools which are out in the state in terms of that we can put the 10-year plan that we encourage districts to do to really be able to do it based upon prioritization and have folks that are coming out, a contracted service that would come out, or a person, a group, a vendor to conduct a facility assessment of all the schools or the schools which we need to do it on. And that would be done by the same criteria for all schools, not necessarily the custodian or the maintenance person doing that assessment and sending that report into DOE. What that's going to do, it's going to better provide us an awareness of what we have to appropriate for building aid in many cases. It's also going to help schools out in terms of knowing what they're dealing with. We've also been told that the cost, we have 33 million square feet of facilities in this state, and it would cost somewhere between 5 cents and 10 cents or 15 cents per square foot. Taking 10 cents, if you take the 33 million square feet, is $3.3 million. I think that's, my math's right. And that's what would have to be appropriated for this. It's something that we have tried to do. I know that there's a a certain representative from Bo that tried this. I've tried this. Numerous people on both sides have tried to get this done so we can more accurately know what's out there and so we can project and project budgets that reflect need. So what I've done, I've left in exactly the wording which was in that bill with Part B there, which is in bold. That was in the bill. Everything in Part A was already in the it's already statute. So what we're doing is just looking at that last part. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines, which would be added to this. Thank you.
Further comment?
I would just reiterate what Chairman Ladd said, that we've been waiting for a long time to do this kind of an assessment. We've talked about it for several years. So this would basically put this into operation. Thank you.
Any other committee members? Representative Lakis.
Okay, so it says all after the enacting clause. So we're getting rid of the building aid fund created and invested and all of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my other question is, in the original bill, it had how the contracting costs were to be paid. It's not in here. Is that intentional as well?
It's intentional, seeing the State Board of Education shall adopt rules pursuant to this paragraph above. And
They'll figure it out. Is that what you're saying?
that's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further comments from the committee? Representative Heath.
Question for you, Mr. Chair. Why couldn't we consider the education trust for this?
Representative Ladd?
Yeah. I don't see why we couldn't. But, well, for the whole program itself, we're going to take $70 million from that trust to invest. And then every year thereafter, 80% of, was it the surplus? I'd have to go look at that bill. I don't have that bill in front of me. You know, the first part.
The education trust fund
And there was a
surplus.
certain percentage that went for administration of the program as well. And I like the concept, but I don't like if we were going to do anything, if we didn't do this, I would have been recommending interim study for the whole bill.
All right,
Further
thank
work.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further comment, questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
This is the amendment 0336H.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna, Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Further motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend OTP A on HB 570 with 0336H as the amendment.
Second by Representative Myler. Discussion?
No further discussion.
Okay. Any comments from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent? Great.
We've just now completed all the early bills we had in the docket for today that we wanted to do. So congratulations. Okay. You gotta go next door? Okay.
Yeah, 1088.
Okay, we'll try that one. The Yeah, the EpiPens?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ten, eight, eight. Okay, enabling schools to maintain and supply epinephrine auto injectors is the title of the bill. It's 1088, and I look to Representative Dry for a motion.
Yeah, I would make a motion of ought to pass.
I'd like to second that motion.
So, Madam Clerk, we have a motion made by Representative Dry and second by Tanner, OTP. Representative Dry?
Yes, just want to say that we did a lot of research on this bill. We looked to cover all the aspects that people higher up the chain were talking about, including training, storage of pens, and dosage, and found that all of those concerns were already addressed in the different sections of the chapter that we're including this into, so that basically we've met everyone's concerns. It's already a practice that's going around the state, and we think it's a great idea.
Further discussion from the second?
Yes, I think this is such a important bill because it's a life-saving bill that has to have, can have immediate effects on someone with an allergic reaction. And as Representative Dry said, we've contacted all the stakeholders, and we feel very confident that this is a good bill to go forward.
Okay, is there further discussion on this bill? A lot of hands up. Okay, so no hands are up. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
He's not here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So that's 19 yeas, 1 absent.
We're all good with consent?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to HB 1436. Who else has to go somewhere this afternoon for hearings, Representative Belcher? Are you going to be going right now, or?
About 2 minutes.
Okay, 1436, I recognize Representative Belcher.
I would like to make a motion to ITL 1436.
Is there a second? Representative Cornell made the second to ITL 1436. Representative Belcher?
Yes, thank you. Just one moment so I can see what exactly I'm ITLing here.
Bill.
Oh, yes, excellent. So I'm making this motion on my own bill because after consulting and doing research, I have found that the demand for an uptime of 99% on a website is likely outside of the university's control and is not a recognized industry standard. I'm deadly serious about reform, but I'm also deadly serious about bringing a bill that I believe will survive a court challenge if it so happens. And as written right now, I don't think this bill is workable or would survive a court challenge, so I move ITL.
from the second? Okay. Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Representative Cordiello, when you're ready.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas and 1 absent.
Who made the second on that one? Cornell. Patty. Okay. Any objections to consent?
What if 1 here? That's not
Good. We're good then on consent.
here.
14, 23. What do I have here? Now look at that. I was looking at that though to see if Representative Cornelli had something to do with that. Yeah, I believe he has an amendment on that.
Does he?
Yes, he does. That's Deb Hobson's bill. Okay, so, but there is an amendment coming. I think it deals with one of those steps of removing was the neutral conference?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't have that amendment in front of me, and I think he'd want to present that and deal with it then. Pardon me? I'm trying to find it. That's here. This is, which one? Yeah, I'm just trying to find it on my sheet here.
May not be, you told me there.
Okay, that was, oh, I remember, that was on the second page. It's not one that we had down those right now. Let's get it in a little bit. 1555. Okay, let's go with 1555. This is relative to special meetings for changes in education funding. Sponsor was Representative Fellows. 1555, and I look to Representative Petronell for a motion.
Thank you. I move ought to pass on House Bill 1555.
Is there a second? Okay, Representative Ford, second that. Representative Petronell made the motion of OTP. And Representative Petronell, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. This is a technical change from the Department of Education. And this bill modifies the special district meeting process when changes in adequacy are made after the district budgets have already been adopted. The special district process allows for a district budget to be changed outside of the annual district meeting. The only thing, what's being revised is how the districts calculate their max warrant article amount and change. That's what the bill does. That's.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
That's it. Is there any more discussion on the bill? Not seeing any further discussion. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher. Oh, he's not here. Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
I think I'm voting no.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath. Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So that is 8 yeas, 10 nays, 2 absent.
I mean, what?
8. Mike and
Okay.
Glenn.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's 10 to 8. 8 to, oh, I'd say 8 to 10, yes. So is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move in, I'll move ITL.
Is there a second?
Yes. Second.
Is there any discussion? I am not going to go through with the vote on this until everybody's back in their chair too on this one. So we can have discussion right now on it. Any further discussion on why the ITL?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at the bill only has a few lines in it, but it does add to a sometimes used section of law where school boards may seek to hold a special meeting for changes in school funding, and there's a lot of situations I think that can trip into this, like if on the floor of a school meeting it increases the authorization beyond what a budget committee does by 10%. I think that may be one of these conditions, but this is a new condition that's being added. And honestly, it's not clear because it looks like the difference between the October grant estimate and the final grant estimate. And I think we need to make sure we know exactly what we're getting ourselves into when requiring a school board to have to seek an order for a special meeting.
Would it not be better then that we were looking at interim study to ascertain whether this is, how it would take place and how it'd be done?
I'd be okay with that.
So would you be willing to take back the ITL?
I would pull back my my ITL motion and replace
and put forth the interim study.
and replace that with an interim study.
Okay, so the other motions were eliminated. And we're going with Representative Luno and Representative Myler the second was you, for interim study. Is there further discussion? The motion on the floor is interim study. I think that's much better.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
18 yeas and 2 absent.
Yeah, that can go on consent. There's no objections with that. And I think it's wise we pull back on that. To go to the House and have a 10-10 on that issue doesn't do it. Yeah, No, it wouldn't be healthy. Used to have an award in school we gave out every month, and it was the Out the Lunch Award, and we had a lunchbox, which we passed around. We would have gotten the Out the Lunch Award on that bill if we'd gone the other way. I'm sure.
Was there much testimony on that bill?
I wasn't here that day when Representative Pellis came in.
And for something technical like that, it's good to hear from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, yeah.
Okay. Now, how about we take about a 5 or 10 minute break right now? Yeah. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. I got to catch up. I need to write down so we can get that in the record over here, what we accomplished here before we get too buried. So in the order of what we did this afternoon,
No, so it's in descending order, so that was the last one. I'll just,
okay, let me put,
okay.
the first one is, where's the bill number?
Just say,
1555. Okay,
Good?
yeah,
Okay.
and then we went,
1436.
yeah, okay. 1088,
88,
yep,
1570,
1370,
1165.
but as a reminder, if you made a motion, like the primary motion, and if you were a minority, we have to have the blurbs done right off. So if we have a break here, I would suggest that some of you start working on that. because we can't wait and wait and wait, because we're gonna be piling a whole lot of new bills on tomorrow too, and it's just gonna start compiling. It's hard to keep track, and that is something that every committee is being asked to do, is get the committee reports done on the day before you leave. So, something you might be wanting to think about.
Who made that motion?
Any information for meeting after session, executive on Thursday?
Yeah, we're probably gonna have a subcommittee working on the two college bills or the due process. We haven't set it up yet. That was gonna go in, or no, we can't do it because, no, that's this Thursday. No, so no, on Thursday we won't have anything.
I always forget when if I don't, right, if I
Yeah,
don't do it
so,
beforehand.
yeah,
I just
yeah.
want autopilot, you know?
So I'll be working on things tonight for scheduling for the next week. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah.
If it's on consent, is that a majority report? Or is it
If
just
it's
a
on consent, it's a committee report.
non-
Yeah. See, I don't like that form
Yeah.
because there's all kinds of technical stuff that's wrong with it too. You go to type down here and the lines keep going down and, they are just eliminated.
Writing it as, okay, long
I found it
cursive.
easy except for that.
Cursiv's
section.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they're
Now,
gonna get. Yeah.
the other one that I did, Myler did, went to an arm study and it was 20 to 0 was the
Yeah.
final thing. So
Yeah.
he writes that.
That's exactly right.
And I don't have to do anything because it was 20-0.
It was 20-0. Yeah, there's only one report. That's the committee report, which Mel will do because it's interim study.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Little clutter control.
We could take that.
We will, we will. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go out, load up with a little water here and I'll be right in. That's 1066. And, pardon me? Yeah, but we can put it forward and then we're not gonna take any actions, right, exactly. Okay, we're at HB 1066. If I can find it. Okay, this is relative to the graduation requirement of filing a free application for federal student aid called FAFSA. And with that, I'd like to recognize Representative Noble.
I move ought to pass on HB 1066.
Like the second.
So we have a motion made by Representative Noble, OTP, and second by Representative Damon.
Yeah, I don't have,
Oh, he's waiting.
right.
Okay. Representative Noble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the current law is important to some of us, but in practice, I think that the school board policy makes a lot more sense for our districts and for parents. Like I said in the hearing, at least in my district, parents were very united behind this bill, which is super unusual in these times. The NHSAA supports this bill. The NHSBA supports this bill. And I hope you all will as well. That's it.
Representative Damon?
I am supporting this bill because the superintendents in my district found it challenging to follow through with and requested this to happen.
Is there any further discussion from members of the committee? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand we just have started this program. And I understand from the feedback that we've gotten that it has been difficult for some school districts to get the information from students. But I don't want us to forget the original intent of this bill. The original intent of this bill was to have students fill out the FAFSA form, and as a result of that, begin to recognize that perhaps those who didn't think they could go to college or go to further their education, either in college or community colleges or in a skilled trade program. And that was the intent of it. I mean, I don't think the original intent was to provide an onerous experience for parents, et cetera. And so I'm going to be voting against the OTP, not in non-recognizing the problems, but in the spirit of the originally bill as it was passed. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Ford?
I admit that the original intent was just described. But I would also say that what the bill is now addressing is the need for all students to assess the financial ability of continuing their education. It's now being required for programs of studies in the industrial arts, plumbing, heating, all those kinds of things. There are programs affiliated with institutions that require the FAFSA. You cannot apply for some state aid without fulfilling this FAFSA. And so they can't say it's just for college. It's not just for college. It's for the craft, for the arts, for a lot of things. And so a student doesn't have any real comprehension of what they're going to need if they choose to pursue additional study after high school. And I think that's what the FAFSA does. It lets them understand how you can do it, who's going to fund it, and there are lots of different sources of funding. I was astounded, quite frankly, when I began exploring this. And there's a lot of money out there for people who want to pursue things other than college. So I would be in favor of this bill.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and I totally agree with everything Representative Ford has mentioned. I too am concerned that, that students don't always understand the total financial packages that may be out there for them, and that many of them just kind of write off college. When you talk to them, and FAFSA, filling out a FAFSA form helps. On the other hand, I will be voting for this bill because I've also talked to school administrators who feel that the barrier of graduation for not filling out the form and the fact that it puts pressure on some students whose parents really do not want to fill out a federal form, make it very difficult. And when the end of the school year comes and people are running around trying to get graduation together and who graduates and who doesn't and all that, I don't think the filling out the FAFSA form should be a checkoff on that list. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Luno.
Very quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, you and I serve on the governor's higher education or CCSNH and USNH task force, and so college-bound students is something that is very interesting to what the task force is doing. I'm going to vote against the ought to pass, but I think the bill that's being presented here, while it does eliminate the FAFSA as a graduation requirement, has a good spirit to it that I think in general improves the financial literacy of high school students and gives them a better understanding of how they can afford college than maybe they had in the past. But really, I just want to sort of leave everybody with one of the things that came up at the task force meeting on Friday last week, which was a report prepared by the Department of Education. I'll see if I can find it and send it out. That shows the percentage of students in every high school that are going on to four-year colleges, two-year colleges, the workplace, armed services, or other. And it's not at all even close to uniform in terms of the opportunities that students are choosing. You're seeing some high schools will and I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but maybe 15% of the graduating class might be going off to higher education through a 2 or 4 year college. Well, in other high schools, it's closer to 90%. And there's certainly, I think, a lot of work that we can be doing, and I hope the task force will do, in having a better understanding as to why students are making these decisions, because it's not at all that 60% of the kids are going off to college, or it fluctuates wildly, and I hope that's something that, as a legislative body, we can get a better understanding of what those causes are, making sure these kids have successful livelihoods down the road. Thank you.
And as a member of that same group and as a member of the trustees, we have discussed FAFSA quite often, and we have, like the BIA will come in and talk about it and others as well. But we do know that a lot of the some of the causes for seeing this varying number from percentages from one school to another have a lot to do with the stability of the community in terms of wages and the ability, a student looks at that, and of course the parents working there too, and the student knows, I've got to go work at Walmart. I got to go work at Dunkin' Donuts because I need to help bring some money into this family. Also due to the nature of families, there's a lot more divorce and all out there now, and the single families trying to make it. So it's putting pressure on students. And I think it's also important that the FAFSA be communicated with kids, not as a graduation requirement, but so they understand there are ways I can get there. There's ways I can get the grant money, for example, from Plymouth State and Keene and in UNH. There are programs, grant awards available for those students which cannot afford it. And many of those students come without paying tuition at all. If you actually saw the net costs coming out rather than what we always look at and say, oh, we're the highest or the second highest in the country, but when you take this bracket right here, we're not. And so I think the FAFSA is extremely important, but we don't need it as a graduation requirement. Representative Noble.
When you fill that form out, you have to list at least one school that you want to send your information to. So you have already done the research. You already know that you want to go to college at that point. So it's not like everybody just fill the form out and see who can afford it. You already have that desire to go to college or whatever, if it's a technical program that works with FAFSA. So you already know what you're doing. In my district, they've talked about adding this to the personal finance class so that it does get more exposure on top of the information nights that they already do. So just another thought.
Further, yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you. I just have one question. I'm not objecting to the repeal of the form itself, but I was just wondering why at the bottom where you also repeal RSA 193E3, which is relative to reports on completing the form. And when I looked that up, it just is asking that the high school or the schools submit the number and percentage of graduating high school students provided in-person school assistance in completing a free application for federal student aid for doing that form, which is a voluntary thing. So I'm just questioning why you wouldn't want to report that.
Anybody want to answer that question?
I think that was just part of the law. And yeah, I don't see the reason in keeping that there if we're going to repeal the law itself.
My question is, though, don't high schools voluntarily provide assistance anyway? They're not required to, but I think this is just trying to get data on how many students they actually help complete the form. That's all.
We do have an indicator with inadequacy, an indicator that we are delivering an adequate education that requires schools to submit the kids which are going off to the military, FAFSA, and taking that test. Those which are going off to higher education, yes, that's part of one of the indicators as well. So DOE does receive this information as a result of the indicators we're required to file as a school district annually. Correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Cascade. No comment, okay. Yeah. Okay. Further discussion on the bill? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The recommendation is OTP on HB 1066.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
No.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Coratiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No, there's a number of them.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadin.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
16 yeas, 4 nays.
It's okay, because I've never done, I've always done 17-3, 18-2.
I don't know if fours.
No minority report.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's consent?
Regular.
Okay with consent.
I think it has to be regular if it's 4.
I've never done it before when there's been 4
Okay.
opposed.
Just tell me.
Representative
You tell
Heath, have
me.
you heard of it? Yeah.
So there's a minority, so no?
Just put it on and don't have a minority report on it, and then everybody will get that clue on the House floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Mary? No minority report?
There's a yes, no for the minority report.
Representative Woodcock. Woody.
I understand that historically it's been 3 or 2 or 1, 2 or 1. But if the committee agrees to put it on consent, then that's what they should do.
Well, let's give it a shot and then see what happens, you know?
I move consent.
Very good.
So it's not like an automatic thing. If it was an automatic thing, they wouldn't have a check to box, right?
Well,
Well,
no,
Check the box, consent.
just check it
I'm gonna do
anyways.
yes. So yes? Okay.
Yes.
So then this
Thank
is
you very much.
irrelevant.
No, 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 no. No, because he'll tell you no.
All right, just.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher seconds.
And I have an amendment.
Okay, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to bring forward that I would like to move ought to pass on. It is Amendment 0292H.
Does everybody have a copy of that?
Getting there.
Getting there? It's not 3-hole punched.
Yes, I'll speak to it.
Are there any extras going around that side of the amendment? Okay.
Did someone second the amendment?
Okay, we have a amendment, yes, it was seconded by Representative Belcher, right? Did you second the amendment or just the bill, OTP? Pardon me?
For the amendment.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During testimony the other day on neutral conferences, we heard testimony from a couple of people, most importantly, the special ed advocate, who went through a quite detailed description of the process that parents are faced with pursuing due process on a special education case. This is occurring after the IEP, and there is a dispute about the services being offered, and the two different tracks that a parent can get involved in. And on the one track, on the one side, you have neutral conferences, mediation. On the other side, you have, I forget all the steps, but due process hearings itself is over on the other side. So I think from testimony we've heard over the past several years, and unfortunately some of the freshmen have missed some very important testimony over the past couple of terms from special ed parents trying to navigate through the process and coming up on the process and trying to make it through the process. I remember a lawyer with a special needs child talking about how long she had to study special ed law to try and figure out what she had to do to get services for her child. We heard the special ed advocate talk about the unprocessed disputes that she was involved in trying to find a solution. And these were long-term disputes that hadn't been settled. And who was suffering but the child, because the child was not getting the services that the parent thought was needed. And she has been successful in getting a number of those resolved, thankfully. So after the hearing, I went back to the department, and that one sheet you have, double-sided or two-page sheet, is the dispute resolutions and indications of settlement, etc. But Stephen Berwick, who is the administrator for dispute resolution and complaints, indicated to me that since July 2021, there has been one neutral conference. One in 3 years. Is this something that we have to put in parents? Is this another step that we have to tell parents that they have to look into? Or if they want to take that track, can't they go just straight to mediation? I think we can simplify the process, and that's what the special ed advocate was talking about, was simplifying the process. And this, I hope, is one small step in simplifying the process, because it's a gauntlet that parents have to go through to get services. And I know of current parents who are, I know of one parent who has been struggling for 3 years to get services for their child. And they're trying to make a decision right now. They have the resources. They can go out and get the services on a private basis. Or should they stay and fight? Because it impacts other kids too. And right now they are continuing to stay and fight for the services they think are needed for their child. we have to do better. And we heard that from the special ed advocate. So I think it's a matter of simplification. It's a matter of just as a first step. You know, we heard also about the manuals and the guidance that's available. You know, manuals this thick for parents to try and figure out how do they get through the process. Is that right? Can't we simplify things for the parent? But also, there's well, I won't go into that right now, but that's the reason that I am putting forward this amendment, and I think it is a small step, but a needed step. Thank you.
Thank you. Simply because it is a complex issue, and I'm not sure what the real answer. And Representative Cordelli, I appreciate your diligence to this. Could I ask our specialist over here if she would come forward from the New Hampshire School Boards Association and just explain the impact of what this amendment would do? I just don't want to I don't want to vote for anything that I might be taking something away from a parent's options. Would it be okay?
That would be great.
Yes.
Yeah, but she did special ed.
I don't know. That's why. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association, previously known as a Special Ed Director.
Becky, have you seen the amendment?
I've not seen the amendment, but I'm sure someone can just read it to me.
I will read you. Okay, you're gonna. I just don't understand. Would this be an option taken away from parents in the multitude of things that are available?
I guess, thank you for the question. I guess I would defer that to Representative Cordelli since he's brought forth this amendment. It would appear to me that it's just removing neutral conference as an option. Is that correct? Thank you. So it's difficult. I listened to the testimony on this bill originally and on the discussion about the neutral conference. And I was just sort of trying to put down some notes a little bit while I was listening to you all talk. I think, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Office of the Special Ed Advocate or any of the complaints that have been heard at the department level or anything to that effect. In the past, dispute resolution was to some extent a ladder. It was not two parallel processes as it feels like it's been perceived most recently. If you had a dispute as an IEP team, you would have the option, for example, to have your IEP meeting facilitated, which I think was discussed at length last time. I will tell you that in 2018, I requested an IEP facilitation from the department, and the director of special ed at the time, Becky Fredette, said she would be happy to come facilitate my meeting, but she was the only person trained to do it at the time. And as a district, it would be difficult for my staff to have the Office of the Special Education Director of the state facilitating your IEP meeting. So that option, while it was probably the most important and most appropriate, wasn't really available. And that was to nobody's fault. It was just the situation at hand at the department, which you spoke about earlier, was understaffed and had no IEP facilitator. Neutral conference for a very long time was purported to be a situation where if you had a case that had gone through mediation and could not be resolved, had gone through facilitation and could not be resolved, that in order to save both parties some angst and to try to preserve your relationship as an IEP team, you would go to a neutral conference to present your case as if you were going to a due process hearing. And the hearing officer would tell you generally how they thought they might rule on the case were it to go to due process. It was meant to try to alleviate some of the concerns that I hear coming from this committee currently, which is that people would have to fight and fight and fight and go through this massive due process hearing only to find out maybe that they hadn't really thought through what the consequences could be or what the outcome would be, et cetera. It was meant to preserve the team's ability to make a decision at that point about whether or not they wanted to go forward with due process. It sounds to me, based off of what the Office of the Special Ed Advocate is portraying, that it's maybe turned into some other kind of process. However, I do know, the Office of the Special Ed Advocate, I think the entire role of that person is to hear problems. So all they're going to hear is problems. They're not, I don't know if neutral conference has been used in a different way with other cases. So if you were to remove that, my 2 cents from that would be that if you had gone to facilitation and or mediation and needed to go to due process, teams would no longer have the option to sort of vet out their case before going through a due process hearing. And if you have ever been through a due process hearing, I would say in 21 years, I went to due process 2 times. Everything else, I probably went to mediation maybe 10 times total. And it's important to recall that in some situations, a district has to get resolution on a special education decision, and the district has to file for mediation or due process. It's not always the parent that is pushing that. There are resolutions that have to happen legally, and a district can't just sit on decisions because you wouldn't be fulfilling your obligation to students. So if you were to remove neutral conference from the option, it sounds to me as though you would maybe do IEP facilitation, possibly. There's 2 people in the state that can do that right now. You might go to mediation if you felt like it was something that you could resolve through mediation, but there are some situations, as with any ed or not related, that would go to mediation where sometimes there's no resolve coming from that process, that you would no longer have the option to sort of think about a neutral conference as an option. You would just have to go right to a due process hearing.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. So it sounds like the preparation for due process might happen a little bit in that neutral setting.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. I mean, you are, I don't want to call it a mock hearing. It's not, it carries much more emotional and otherwise weight than a mock hearing. But yeah, you're preparing your cases on both sides to try to see if it is worth it, quite honestly, because it takes a toll on people, as you've heard in this committee, financially, but also emotionally. If you're going to a neutral conference or a due process hearing on a case where the child is young, for example, the district has to maintain a relationship with that family for a very long time after this situation, and you have many more IEPs yet to come. You don't want to go to due process over something that maybe is not going to result in an ability to move forward for the many years after that.
Thank you. Just to add to that, so there are 2, I think I explained this the other day, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There is an informal process for alternative dispute resolution, and there's an informal. The informal generally has someone who knows special education, has experience in it, to try to mediate the situation. If we repeal this bill, this takes away some autonomy for a parent or a school district to go to the formal level of dispute resolution, because then instead of the neutral person being the specialist in special ed or the practitioner, you have an attorney who knows special ed laws, so they can advise the team prior to taking this to due process, and maybe it would be resolved in that fashion. But they're 2 separate, different means of dispute resolution, and they're both they each have their specialist on board, which gives another option to parents. So I don't know why we would want to take away an opportunity for parents. So I think it should OTP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Wilson. I need some help here. Well, I may need help, a lot of help over here, but anyway, on this, I was totally confused when the parent advocate got through going like this and all this. So if you could, for me, finally, go through the steps. Okay, so I have an IEP with my child, and I agree with the IEP. All right? Simple, set that aside. I disagree with the IEP, can you tell me what happens next? What are my alternatives? And I'm particularly concerned with what Representative Cascadden said as far as I want to provide as many options without confusing parents for what their options are. So if you could kind of, I'm in dispute now, what are the steps that I go through and how's that all work?
Okay, thank you for the question. I will do my best to be succinct in this. And I'm going to work from the position that perhaps your child has already had an IEP for some time. And that, because if it is an initial IEP, that is a separate discussion, because there are some parental consent requirements that are different for the very first time a child is identified versus moving forward. So assuming your child's been identified and they've already had an IEP, and now the IEP is due for the annual review, you get through the IEP process, you get, I'll use an assumption, what I hear often in this committee, to the service delivery page, and there's a disagreement about how many services, what services, how long the services are, etc. There is a provision in special education called stay put, which basically means that the team must operate based on the last agreed upon IEP until the dispute is resolved. So whatever was agreed upon in the last IEP where the entire team agreed, which is the parents included, that continues to happen. There's no just cut off of the child's services while you figure out what's happening next. Whatever was happening previously continues to happen. It's also not uncommon that if, for example, the child's getting 3 or 4 services on that page and the parent agrees with 3 out of the 4, that you would agree as a team, and this is all written up in agreement with the parent, that you would provide the new services for those 3 that everyone agrees on, and you would just continue to figure out what to do with this 4th service. If you cannot come to an agreement, and the team can continue to meet and have as many meetings as the parent and the team are willing to do together to try to resolve it. If you get to a point where you can't resolve it, most often the next step would be mediation. That's most common. IEP facilitation would be an option, but again, if you aren't really having a problem creating the IEP, it's you realize you get to a point where there's sort of this, unfixable moment, you would go to mediation. And the goal of that is to preserve your relationship as a team so that you can do this again next year when you have an IEP without having to go to mediation. You would go to mediation. Mediation looks different for every team. Sometimes everyone's in the same room. Sometimes it's much more what you would picture from a family court situation with mediation, where some people are in one room, one's in the other, people go back and forth. The mediator's job is to try to resolve in the best interest of both parties, whatever the issue is. If that does not work, the parent and the team, whoever's put this process in place in the first place, has a decision. You can agree to go either way, so agree with what the parent is saying and amend the IEP for that issue, or not. And if not, then you have to resolve it. You can't just leave this issue out to dry. You would have to go to a due process hearing. Or the parent would have to pursue a due process hearing if they felt that it was something they really wanted to go through for this issue. But the old IEP is still happening. All this time that the adults are doing all of this stuff over here, the student is still getting the last agreed upon services.
So just if I may, so where does the facilitated conversation take place in the process you just outlined?
In theory, before you would ever go to mediation, where the team has been trying to resolve this issue and they say, you know what, it's too emotional, everyone is too enmeshed at this point, we need someone to come in and run this meeting for us to focus on the issue and see if they can pick up on something that we're not picking up on and come to a resolution.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. At what point in all this process, if any, does the state director of special education become involved?
Thank you for the question. Typically, the department is only getting involved if there is a complaint, which is different than not agreeing on an IEP. That's a process that is totally separate from making a Department of Ed complaint. Even then, The director of special ed themselves would not necessarily be the person taking the complaint. I think it was said earlier, right now that's Stephen Berwick. They really would not ever be involved as a role specifically. The reason that Ms. Fredette would have been involved in the past might have been because she was the only person that was trained and qualified to provide the IEP facilitation. So if you ask for that, if you put in a request for that to the department, and she is the only person that's qualified to provide that service at that time, she might have become involved.
Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned facilitated IEPs. Am I correct in that the process begins with the IEP? If there is no agreement, they could move to a facilitated IEP. And if there's still no agreement, then you would take a different path, such as mediation or something else. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, although personally, I would consider it all one path. It's one path. You have a dispute that you are trying to resolve. It's dispute resolution, regardless of what method you take. It's just there are certain timelines and things like that that are embedded in each step so that you don't put any team in a position where this dispute is going on for years at a time. You have certain timelines that you have to abide by so that in the child's best interest and in the team's best interest, you're not just letting things hang out there for months on end.
So then the neutral would come after the, potentially, after the mediation, if that still didn't work, but before you actually go to court, you would do this to get an idea of how that might happen. And at that point, you might realize this is not going to work anyways, I withdraw. Or you might say, oh, I need this additional information to bring with me when I go and that kind of stuff.
Thank you for the question. Yes, you also might learn in neutral conference that perhaps it's not going to go the way either side thinks it's going to go, and so you might be willing to go back to mediation. Mediation is not mandatory in this ladder of dispute resolution. It's optional, and both parties have to agree to go to mediation. So if the district or the parent says, you know what, this isn't something we've been trying to work this out for X amount of time. Mediation is just going to further harm our relationship with this family. They might not go. They might just say, you know, listen, we need to get a result on this. But yes, neutral conference would then allow people to sort of have an idea of what they were getting themselves into, for lack of a better term.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. So if I'm understanding this correctly, neutral conference is to prevent the need to have a due process hearing. Is that because it's less costly and maybe less of an emotional toll, or is that a correct summarization of it?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't want to ascribe what people would get out of neutral conference to having not been. Every situation is very individualized, as is special education as a whole. I think the intent originally, and again, the Office of the Special Ed Advocate explained some things in a way that is based off of her perception of how things are going, and I know that's a very new position, so I don't want to misspeak in terms of how she presented those things on her hand. I will tell you that when we went to neutral conference, if ever you were to go, it was to try to get to a point where everybody could see that things were just going to become more difficult by continuing to go down this very litigious road, as opposed to trying to be more open to going back to trying to resolve it in a much more collaborative manner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm sure glad you came in today. Huh?
It's quite all right.
Just a question. Would it be fair to say then, not the original bill, but on the amendment, that this is the repeal based on the amendment would actually limit a parent's opportunity and probably negate something in the toolbox?
Thank you for the question. I don't want to try to guess at what the department's intention was or what the original intention was in terms of this bill. I will say, yeah, if you take it away, it's no longer an option.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. This is really helpful, this list here, but there weren't very many neutral conferences in the last 10 years compared to other things like mediation. And of the ones that there were, only 3 were settled in the neutral conference. So having that option there, is that maintaining a cost that's not used very much, or is it just something that people are otherwise occupied? Is it a special group that we would lose, or is this something that's covered by the people that do the other things as well?
Thank you for the question. I would want you to confirm with the department who's currently acting as the hearing officers for the neutral conferences. In the past, it's the same pool of people, so to speak, that would be hearing the due process case. Obviously not the same person. You wouldn't have the same person hearing neutral conference and then hearing the due process case, but it's the same pool of people. I don't know who's currently doing it. I have not gone to neutral conference in many, many years. So I don't know what the costs in terms of the department would be. The costs in terms of fiscal costs at the district level or at a parent level. If you're at the point where you're going to neutral conference, you're have those costs regardless, probably because you're trying to resolve something that needs to be resolved.
Thank you.
Are there any specific criteria for a person that is coming in a facilitated conference or mediation? Do they have to have some kind of special background or?
Thank you for the question. Again, I don't hire any of the people that are the leads on those separate areas. I will tell you, I believe the 2 current people in the state that are providing IEP facilitation are either retired special education administrators, so they do have some level of special ed law knowledge, or at least the IEP process, or are retired or special ed advocates that tend to work with families that no longer are doing that actively. You certainly would need to have a level of understanding of the IEP process to be able to facilitate an IEP meeting. In the past, not so much anymore, but I believe the Parent Information Center and several other organizations have provided IEP facilitators to teams as part of a parent partnership with school districts across the state. They will come in and help with that. There are other people besides the department that in the past have offered that service, but it may have been because there was just a lack of resource at the department level, so people were willing to do those things. The neutral conference and the due process hearing officers, to my recollection, are mainly attorneys, because it is an attorney-based process at that point when you go to a due process hearing. Mediators are often attorneys, although not always.
Thank you very much for being here today.
You're welcome.
So see if I just want to clarify what we have before us. We have the original Hobson bill, which basically provides some clarification on the role of the neutral. That's one issue. The second issue is the Cordelli Amendment, which basically repeals that option. Am I clear in that understanding?
And there's me to be an expert on this.
And there's this, and there's what's in law right now.
And there's what's in law too. So I just think I really appreciate Ms. Wilson's explanation. It's really clarified a lot for me after being with this for 12 years. But anyway, so those are the 2 issues. You got the repeal versus the clarification of the alternative. That's what's before us. And what's before us right now, what's on the floor, is the repeal amendment from Cordelli. Is that correct?
That's how I see it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. A few things. We just heard that the special education advocate maybe has a different view of things because she works with parents who are having problems. Well, that's why we had an advocate to begin with, because of all the problems we've heard about. I'm sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry. Did I offend you?
No.
No, I'm sure talking to Representative Tanner. So That's why we have the special ed advocate, because there were problems. After the study committee we had, we put into place a performance audit on the department. Then Senator Reagan turned to me and said, let's do something big. So we drafted the special ed advocate law. And that's right. She hears from parents who are having problems, but isn't that who we want to hear from? If everything's going along fine, then great, dandy. We want to hear from the parents and help the parents who are having problems. Secondly, I also talked to an advocate who was trained in the Parent Information Center, who agreed that this is a meaningless step in the process. And as Representative Dry pointed out, there have been 7 neutral conferences in 10 years. 7 in 10 years. So, you know, if we get rid of the neutral conferences, we're not turning the special ed process upside down. Maybe we're simplifying it for parents. Thank you.
Thank you. No matter how often it's been used, it has been used, and obviously it has worked with a few. But I'm just going to say, you want to take away a choice from parents?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And and I believe it is a choice for parents because there doesn't appear to be anything in the ADR statute 186C23 that that requires a neutral conference to be held prior to mediation. I think the parties could decide to do either one of those things, or maybe even both of those things, to come to a conclusion. So I don't know why we'd want to take tools out of the toolbox.
Not further discussion. I was wondering if we could call a caucus.
Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Ford,
No.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luno,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
5 yeas, 15 nays.
Yes, obviously this is fraught with all kinds of questions, et cetera. And I was originally going to vote OTP on this, but I think I've changed my mind because I think there are questions about why is the change, what is the change? There's as I said, was confused about what the parent advocate had to say. Ms. Wilson basically help clarify at least the process that was important. If the OTP fails, I would put forth an interim study committee motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. About OTP?
I would withdraw my motion, yes.
Was there a second? Who did the second? Would you like to withdraw? Forty, motion on
Yeah.
interim study.
Yes, I put forward a motion to interim study, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'll second it. Further discussion? Good. Okay, we have a motion of interim study for 1443. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yeah.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
and Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, thank you. Okay, how about the 1109, the eating disorders bill?
Can I make a motion, Mr. Chair?
It's going, Representative Dry's going to make the motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion of ITL.
Is there a second?
Real.
Mhm.
Representative Dry, you want to speak to the issue?
I do, and I have nothing against eating hotlines or eating disorder help or anything like that. I just know that in the world that I live in, social service agencies, we are moving to a 3-digit number because it's easier for people to remember. 988 is the number. At this point, the average wait from 988 24/7 is 41 seconds. And you're met by an operator who can triage the subject that the person is calling about. The National Disorder Hotline that's going proposed for this ID is open 9 to 7 on weekdays. And they recommend calling 988 if it's after hours. So I'm just saying that I'm in my line of thinking, I would like to go along with the trend in social service agencies to go towards the 988 number.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would urge people to vote against the ITL, noting that we passed this bill last year with a different entity. This is a solid 20-year-old, well-respected organization. People with eating disorders do not perceive themselves as in a mental health crisis that would lead them to call 988. It is critically important that we help them, especially teenagers who have such a high incidence of eating disorders, to access care or recommendations for care at the time that they are ready and willing to call.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that we received express mail this afternoon from the National Alliance for Eating Disorders, and they indicate that they plan to expand their hours till 9 p.m. sometime within this year, and eventually want to add hours on weekends.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After the bit of a debacle we had with a very similar bill last year regarding this, I decided to do a little bit more homework on this one and on this organization. And I have to say that what I found was seemed a bit disturbing. So reviewing the blog and some of the advice that's being given by the organization in question, it's clear that they ascribe to what would commonly be known as the body positivity movement. They offer advice recommending that you can be healthy at any size for people who are severely obese. They recommend against dieting, recommending instead that they learn to love themselves exactly how they are. Now, certainly people have every right to do so. I don't think it would be very conscionable for us to direct somebody, however, to a medical source providing that kind of advice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I voted against the similar bill last year. I'm voting against this one too for the same reasons. And I'm glad they're having expanded hours, planning for expanded hours. Unless it's a 24/7 line, I think that it's lacking. And, you know, in no way does this, I'm sure you all know this, it has nothing to do with how I feel like, you know, of course I care with kids with eating disorders. But also practically speaking, let's see, I don't know, an ID card is smaller than this paperclip box. There are many other worthy causes. Where does it stop? That's why I think this 3-digit movement is a good one just from a practical point of view. So I will be supporting the ITL.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that we did here in the testimony was that an eating disorder is a little different. That some don't think that they have a problem, yet they may. We also discovered too that this particular hotline does more than just deal with those who may have the eating disorder. It provides information to those who may have friends who have the problem or parents who have the problem. So it is a resource that goes beyond just a crisis intervention kind of a thing. And we also discovered that the 988 number that was mentioned earlier, that it triages the phone calls that come in. This one deals specifically with issues dealing with this particular topic. So that's why I'm going to vote against the ITL, because I do think that this is something that will benefit those who have issues and those who are trying to support those who have issues by calling this particular hotline. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess my first point might be that this disease, this disorder, is a hidden disorder for the most part. Students go out of their way and know how to go out of their way to hide it, hide the disorder they have. It's not a crisis like suicide would be, where they have suicide ideation or hallucinations and they need to get the phone number, or a friend notices that somebody's cutting themselves and, you know, it's getting pretty severe. That's a crisis. The eating disorder, it can be very chronic. It can last a lifetime. And this particular line and working with eating disorders, and I'm no expert, but there are experts in the field. And if positive body image is what is needed to treat that particular person at that particular time in their eating disorder, I, as a layman, I'm not in a position to criticize or try to diagnose what they're doing or triage what they're doing. Eating disorders are prolific in middle school, high school, and even down in elementary school. And parents don't know how to handle it. Teachers don't know how to handle it. And like I said, the kids often hide it. I've over the years I taught, I dealt with several families and kids, girls that had this problem, and probably knew a bunch of other ones that had a problem, and I didn't recognize it or they didn't bring it to me. It was going to the professionals that made a difference. And particularly in school, it isn't obvious where to go for eating disorders. It's just like Matthew, when he first talked to us about it. Here's this kid, he's a boy, so he probably, has the stereotype that he doesn't have an eating disorder, although boys obviously do, and he was trying to find some information. And he wanted to talk to somebody that knew something about eating disorders. He wasn't in crisis. He wouldn't have called 988. And 988 is a wonderful number for crisis calls, just like 911 or 511 for the road issues that you need on some of these morning drives in here. But I really think that, the fact that the card is small, people put numbers on them. Look at our driver's license, how much information is crammed on the front and the back of the driver's license. I think that's a red herring issue. But the real issue is, how can we help these kids? And what's going to make a difference? And what's going to save lives? And the quicker you get on this stuff, the quicker you address the problem, the better chances you have of ever correcting it. And I'll tell you again, there's a person over my area that walks every day that has to be in her 60s, late 50s, 60s, and has had eating disorders her whole life and is so crippled, she's really almost unrecognizable. I mean, just unrecognizable. And her bones are like so fragile. And her body, her upper torso is really even distorted from the osteoporosis that she has. So, and she's dealing with it at that, and she probably made it there because she had good medical care and she had intervention. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even made it that long. But it's a terrible thing, and we need to do something about it. And if we save one kid, if there's a Matthew Brown out there somewhere today that looks at the card, calls that eating disorder number, and starts the process of getting help, to me, it's worth it. So I can't tell you how important it is to vote for this bill.
Yeah, I'm listening to these things and I'm thinking of it may be something that might satisfy both of them. My concern with the eating disorder hotline is that it's limited hours. And I think when somebody finally gets up the nerve to call, there should be a human being on the other end. But my concern with the just 988, the way it is now, is that somebody who has an eating disorder might not recognize that that's a number for them. So I'm wondering, what if we leave the 988, but label it differently so that it includes eating disorders, because they will, that's part of what they do, is if it's an eating disorder, they send them to that, they redirect them to, I think somebody had said, to that very place that would go. And do you still have your card?
I do not have those on me at the moment.
Oh, do you remember what it said, what the 988 was labeled as?
I believe it's the National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
So if we expanded that to something that would be more inclusive, since they do deal with more than just suicide, does that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I appreciate Representative Lakis's effort to find a middle ground, but I disagree with it. People with eating disorders experience a great deal of shame. They will seek out help or information when they are near the bottom, but they're not usually suicidal. It's suicide by slow death, starvation, or very high incidence of heart attacks in people who are bulimic, and they are often fatal. That's not suicide per se. You wouldn't call 988 for that. Early treatment works more successfully, and that's what this endeavors to help students get. I would vigorously push back against a person or persons evaluating the perspective and information provided by the National Alliance for Eating Disorders if those folks do not have expertise in this field. As you all know, I spent 40 years in this field. Body positivity, health at every size, self-love, non-dieting are fundamental premises of what works. That isn't the same thing as saying what you put in your body doesn't matter. It's not saying nutrition isn't important, it is. But you have to get a person to a place where they can trust themselves to make decisions, to eat, to retain what they eat, to learn what a reasonable relationship with food is. And in order to do that, they need to get help in a way that feels trustworthy to them. I would also reiterate, I believe it was Representative Myler who noted the value of the helpline to people besides the person with the eating disorder. So I vigorously urge you to defeat the ITL, pass an OTP, and let's get this done.
Thank you. I know very much about this subject, not because I really wanted to have to learn about it, but people who confront this challenge panic, and then they go underground, as our colleague has said. They hide it. You don't find out until much later, if ever, what some of the sources were. It's so complex that as a parent, you're just mystified. And families break apart over this issue. I'm not exaggerating one iota. They do. It wrecks families. And the hardest single thing to do when you first encounter it is to get the person afflicted to admit they need help. That's all. That's the single hardest thing to even say, let's go see a therapist. And they deny it. and you find out that maybe there are other people in their circle who are obsessed with weight or diet or something like that, and you find out it's not an isolated thing. And how do you get them to turn the corner to say, maybe I do, maybe I need to look at this? And one of the ways you can do it is to find someone that they will agree to just ask. That's all you're asking. That's all you're praying. Just ask. And if it means how do you convince them? Because they say you don't know what you're talking about if you're a parent. And one of the ways, it's only one, but why leave any stone unturned in this, is that they can find a source that says, you can talk about this. Check in. This is a real concern. It's not fake. And then maybe that's not what their friend is telling them. Maybe that's not what believe it or not, their friend's mother, who is obsessed about weight, is telling them. That's a real example I just gave you. So when one of your children's friend's mother is advocating it, you got an uphill swim. You really do. And so then you have to say, how do I get that? How do I break this cycle? How do I help them break this cycle? And one way is having a source that sits there and says, we can talk about this. And once you get them to talk about it, you can get them to therapy. But not before.
Representative Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, but just want to point out that in the 2 years since you had showed us the ID, basically, that's when the national change in 988 went from a suicide line to a suicide and crisis line. Also, mental health emergencies, which we know are many times associated with all these things that people call hotlines for. I guess I'd want to reiterate what Representative Lecca said, that it's really nice, maybe Representative Coratiello, it is nice to have a human voice answer the phone. And I just know one number that does that all the time.
Would you have a suggestion then, since it's more than just the suicide hotline, for what to call that number that would get everybody who could make use of it?
I think that the number that it says is suicide and crisis line, but if you have any line afterwards, which is any emergency, gets a human person to direct your call.
So what would happen then if somebody were calling for eating disorder and they reached 988? What does 988 do on the other end?
I'm assuming, and I don't know this, but that they have protocol for triaging what's your, like 911, what's your emergency? Yes, 988, what are you calling about? And here's where it is, because they know they're an after hours number, and so there's going to be different things that people are going to be calling them for.
Would it be possible to do a little more looking into this and maybe bring this bill back with maybe a different solution that had somebody at the end the whole time? Because that's my biggest concern, is that there's not going to be a person when you finally call.
When you call to get some help for someone and emergency services show up, oftentimes they're taken to the hospital. The next day they're out. And whether it's for substance abuse or probably eating disorder. What kind of follow-up is going to happen when you call the eating disorder, the national helpline here that we have? How do you get this follow-up? And I can tell you right now, there is no follow-up in the hospital in St. Johnsbury. There's no follow-up at Cottage Hospital in Woodsville. There's no follow-up at Dartmouth Hitchcock. So what's the deal here? Is there going to be more follow-up with the helpline? You know, it's just something I put out. Representative Damon.
So I'll try to address that, and would first of all absolutely agree with you that medical center care for eating disorders is about physically stabilizing the person if in fact they are in a medical crisis, like their electrolytes might be really low. They'll have an IV and get their electrolytes restored. But it's very short term, and it is, I would say, almost always, especially in our small rural hospitals, but even Dartmouth disbanded their eating disorder treatment unit. Gosh, I don't even know how long ago, 25 years ago, a long time ago. In most medical centers, it's emergency room triage. They're not even necessarily admitted. And they're not people who are expert in the mental health aspects of eating disorders. They're expert at helping that person stay alive so that they're physically restored a little bit. It's a serious problem in the field that needs a lot of education and work. My understanding is that the Alliance will both provide local contact resources. So for example, here we have the Center for Eating Disorders, CEDC, which is in Concord. Their initial site is in Cambridge, Mass, but they've had a satellite site here for a long time. Very capable, caring, trained professionals. That's largely where the Alliance would refer people. CEDC would do an evaluation and then help that person know what resources were available for them locally in terms of therapy, dietitians, knowledgeable medical providers, or if they were at a level of risk that they needed a full day treatment program or residential care to help them access that. CEDC does 3 hour, 6 hour, and I think maybe they now have a longer hour per day than that here in Concord, but they don't have residential care here. Vast majority of people with eating disorders don't need residential care as long as they're diagnosed and treated sooner. So my understanding of the Alliance services is they will make sure that that person is connected with human beings, trained, capable professionals in their geography. And or there is a lot of access to care online. Since COVID, we have really learned that you can actually do very effective, very helpful care remotely, and it's made access to very experienced, very capable people in the field much more accessible because there's not enough people in every zip code in the country or in New Hampshire. So one of those approaches, I feel very confident that the ball will not be dropped for a particular person. It's not 15-year-old Jane Doe called the Alliance, had a conversation, and that was the end of it. They will follow up.
Further, Representative Petronell?
Thank you. We certainly want to be on top of helping people as quickly as possible. And I was very active in finding the problems with the bot on the eating disorder hotline last year. 15 days before the current law requiring the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline be put on the cards, the name has already changed on that suicide lifeline. As Representative Dry said, it is now the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. We've already gotten testimony that, well, received express mail that the National Alliance for Eating Disorders intends to expand their hours. My concern is that at the rate that we move in the legislature, we will not be able to keep up with helping these people fast enough. And I'm wondering if there is a better way than trying to chase this with legislation to make sure that these people get the help that they need.
Representative Cornell, did you have your hand up or?
I was just wondering if we know that if they call 988, which triages, they don't say, are you in crisis? And if they say, no, I'm looking for someone to talk to, I have a lot of questions, they don't say, this is the number for the National Eating Disorder line, you should call them tomorrow. We don't know that, you know, so if it's not a crisis and they call 988, we don't know that they don't revert. If they triage, we don't know that they don't refer them to something else.
Representative Ryan.
Yeah, and in a twist of irony, if you call after hours at the Alliance, they'll say call 988. So I don't know if we're going in a loop there or not. I'd hesitate to speak for them now because I really need to investigate that more before I can make an answer. But I do know that they are, you know, when you open it up to mental health crises, that runs the gamut. And if you're a trained dispatcher, you know if somebody's in crisis, but you also know if they're not in crisis but needing help. And this is really, I went through helping pass out pamphlets in Sullivan County when the change came to allow people to know that there was a change in services in 988 and that they had expanded things. And the desire there is not to involve EMS, police, and ambulances unless it's absolutely necessary. That people actually respond better when there's different kinds of coverage for an emergency like that. And that was part of the reason for changing this number. But I would hesitate to speak for them unless I really talk to them to understand that.
Representative Lucas.
That's why I was wondering if we could wait like till next week to make a decision, which would give us time to actually call 988 and ask them how they would deal with this. And so we have answers to that to try to figure out what is the best thing to do, because we all want to help these kids or adults.
Further, Representative Tanner?
I don't want to belabor the point, but 988 went through some changes too. And what is the harm versus what is the good that would come out of putting the eating disorders number on that card? Does it harm 988? Does it make that much of a, I mean, does it make some sort of difference, or does it give a benefit to kids, to parents, perhaps, to families? So I think in your own mind, if you just kind of weigh the risk management kind of thing on this, that yes, 988 is on there. It's always going to be on there. They're not going to type eating disorders over the top of 988. 988 is a crisis and suicide number. Like I said, it had its own problems a few years ago as well, as it went through some changes in funding. We now have this eating disorders number. We now have more information about this eating disorders number. What's the risk here? To save a couple of lives? So I urge you to vote against the ITL. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Petterno.
Sorry, the risk is that the name of the line for the National Suicide Prevention has changed. Now it includes crisis. So now we do not have that on the back of the student ID cards. So we are missing a significant portion of the population that could be receiving the mental health care that they need, because in legislation, law, which moves very, very slowly, we're already 2 years behind, we need to change the name on the ID cards. We're gonna lose people or unintentionally harm the people we intend to help.
Further discussion, Representative Cordiello.
Yes, the harm, as I see it, is that if a student calls this number, and what do they get a record if it's not during the hours of operation? But, you know, are they put into some kind of phone loop? And I just feel like that would be harmful. I just had to say that.
Representative Damon.
So if I'm hearing correctly, we are having debate about, will we harm someone who calls and doesn't get a live person, and therefore we won't make this communicated and readily available 12 hours a day to the people who would be helped by the folks who are most expert at this? That makes no sense to me at all. I would also note Representative Dry's good explanation relative to the 988 number that people respond better to care that is not the sirens and the ambulance unless it's a crisis that requires that. This is the same concept. People respond better to the people who know best how to help them. And that's what this is.
Representative Lekis?
Can we,
Well, no, we're gonna hammer this out.
can we put an amendment?
No, we're beyond amendments for today.
Well, this would be not just for, not for today, right? The question is, could we do this hotline, but also while we're at it, relabel the one that we already did? Because that would not completely be an, what is the word I want? Non-germane amendment, that we could take this opportunity to fix that 988 and put the
Okay.
well, we could do it here. This isn't an early bill.
Representative Ford, you're the last one.
She looks like she has something to say.
Oh, Representative Cascadden. You've already spoken. Let Representative Cascadden, you haven't drilled in on this one yet. Go ahead. And then Representative Ford. And that'll be it.
You know what I'm thinking in hindsight? I think the idea of having the eating disorders number on the student card makes a statement. Whether the number works, whether it's not in service, whatever. But it says that we as a body recognize this is a serious problem. And in listening to Representative Dry, I can see, as I have seen other things happen this way, that because we're focusing on one issue, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, there's going to be a different type of system. And it may go to one number that triages to whatever the topic is. But for now, if we don't OTP this bill and get this on the books, it means we're kicking the can down the road, and we need to focus and let the public know, our constituents know, that we recognize this is serious. But I think down the road, you're going to see, because we want kids to access mental health, we want them to access help for eating disorders, we might want to have them access help if they've experienced childhood trauma, or if they're living in an abusive situation. So I can see that the system for kids support will transition down the road. It's just not there yet, but that's what I'm envisioning to happen.
Representative Ford.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. In the same spirit, I would encourage you not to think of a solution. There is no one solution. It's a very broad problem, and the solution is not going to be any one thing. It's going to require us to encourage people through one way or another to include this in the health curriculum in the schools, get it out in the public through letters of to the editor or whatever, that this is an issue which the culture must address. You see all the TV ads night after night after night about how to be skinny and how to over-exercise, and how to do all those things which someone seems to think are desirable. Some of those people look pretty weird to me, but nonetheless, in truth, they look strange. But
I'm going to call.
Be that as it may, are they healthy? And so you look at it, the kids get hit with all of this stuff more than we do. They're the ones who walk around like that. They even have an ad that says, when the uncertain happens, that the guy's walking into traffic, not looking where he's going. That's not uncertain. That's dead certain it's going to happen. He's going to get hit by a car or a truck or something. And so when the kids are exposed to all that, I think we need to expose the opposite. Bring it out. Get it in the newspapers. Get it in all the talk shows and all the other, wherever you have to go to get it. but get the word out. And I would say that let's don't think in terms of, I would encourage us not to. Don't think in terms of just an approach or a particular, this is a start, nothing more.
Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a 5-minute caucus. And then we'll come back and we're gonna act on this bill. No, we're gonna have a 5-minute caucus right now. We all have something we could like to, bring it up, so let's get this thing rolling here. We have a clerk that's gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
called 988 and I said, they come up as, you know, what you kind of almost what's your emergency, you know, how can I help you? And I said, here's the deal. We're trying to talk in a committee about what to put on the back of an ID. And I want to know. It took me less than 30 seconds to talk to a real human being. And they had a triage between, was I a veteran or not? And then she was right there. And I said, what would you do if someone called with a problem, not a crisis, not even suicide, but just a problem with an eating disorder? And she said, well, for one thing, I would see what the moment is. Is this a crisis moment? What's their need right in the moment? We talk through the moment. I said, okay, not everyone feels like they're in a crisis because of this. Do you have resources to connect people to? Yes, we have resources to do that. Do you have resources to counselors? Yes, we have resources to counselors. Would it throw you off if it was an eating disorder? No, not at all. What else did they say? She said, what we feel is people need to talk to a human being. And that's what they capture in the moment when they call. They have a person who's a counselor who's ready, who answers the phone to talk to them. And their idea there is then to sort out what is the need of this person. Sometimes it might be those mobile mental health units that come that are not that don't bring lights and sirens with them. Sometimes it might just be reference and research and referral. And sometimes it might be sitting there and spending the time that person needs to talk. And I think I covered every question that I could think of, but they were very amenable to my questions.
Thank you. Okay, is there any more discussion on this bill? We had some discussion whether there should be an amendment put forward. Representative Peternell?
At the very least, this has brought our attention to the fact that we need to change what's on the back of the ID cards right now. So I would consider supporting this bill if we put forth an amendment that would also add changing what's currently back on the back of the student ID card to the correct organization.
Yes.
Could that amendment be done in the Senate? We spent a lot of time on this bill today.
Yeah, amendments can be made in the Senate.
We can do that in the Senate to address that. It's an option.
Representative Tanner?
So the person calls 988, like you said, and they need somebody to talk to. And this person is, let's say, a fairly experienced counselor, probably received training on crisis management and suicide prevention. It's not hard to think that in a conversation, they could very well say something that is considered a trigger for an eating disorders person. It happens. I've heard it happen with EMTs picking up a litter and saying, oh, wow, this is so light. And it's like the last thing that they should have said to that particular person because it was a trigger for her eating disorder. So once again, I just want to say, I don't think we need an amendment. I think we need to vote on this bill because we need to, as Representative Ford said, bring this issue to the forefront, provide something that's easy for kids to see, easy for parents to see, that changes every year. Their ID cards change every year. So it isn't a really big deal on that. You know, I think if you want to vote against this, vote against it. But it's going to save lives if you vote for this, to put this on the ID card. So just remember that.
Representative Paterno?
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, Representative Tanner, and I hear what you're saying, Representative Myler. I just am concerned that we're already not helping as many people as we could because of the limited name on the back of the current ID card. And I also have concerns with sending an amendment over to the Senate
because I'm pretty sure I know what kind of a bill it would be added to. And I probably would have to vote for something I might not want to support in order to get this ID name changed.
Okay, this is not an early bill. We don't have to really finish it out right now at this very moment. If there's an amendment that's going to come forward and deal with what some are concerned about. That's an option for us. Representative Damon.
I would like us to postpone this until tomorrow, and I will bring forward the requested amendment to update the name so that hopefully we can efficiently vote on this tomorrow. And I will trust that we are all in this together.
With that, I think what we're going to do is stop it right where we are. And if somebody can try to get something, we can deal with it tomorrow because it's on the docket for tomorrow as well. And it can continue forward. Representative Perrinel, did you have something?
Oh, I just want to say that I want to write the amendment.
You want to write an amendment?
Mm-hmm.
Would you please do so?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we will come back tomorrow. We're done for today. And we'll come forward and deal with this one tomorrow.
Good, that'll give you a chance to find it. I don't know where I put the sheet.
Pardon me?
When the amendment comes forward and